What's up? Sometimes OBS makes me reset the screen capture. What's up, Just Play Game? Good morning. It's evening for us, but yeah, good morning to you. How are you doing? NVK, how are you doing? Yeah, NVK, you're saying you don't really realize what it means if Litecoin does have a narrative change? I think it changes the whole viewpoint of Bitcoin is the most dominant narrative in the whole space, largest market cap asset, and it shifts the entire narrative around Bitcoin itself. Eventually that has to happen, because no matter how much funding they had for credit layer networks, hundreds of millions of dollars, and all the marketing, it doesn't matter. The market, the real part of the market that demands permissionless money, doesn't care about all those things. Bitcoin's gone through an interesting process of kicking everyone out that wasn't interested in pumping number go up in the short run. And they got what they wanted, price above 100K. All that doesn't matter. And eventually it will, if Bitcoin actually delivers, like people demand this permissionless money to a greater extent, eventually the casino market that's like a side distraction will align with the reality. I look at like we have two different markets. We have a meme narrative driven casino token place. It's like a place to gamble. And it's like totally separate from the monetization part of this market. And it's funny, like the people that should have the least credibility have the most. And the voices that are like the real cypherpunk types are gonna push for monetization have like no followers. But yeah, the narrative change should be the most dramatic ever. Because it's so off. Like, at some point, people have to figure it out, like, have to pay attention. Because if you don't, it's going to cost you a ton of money. Or it's like, if the stock market was entirely driven by memes, totally detached from any fundamental valuation, you could let a company that only has like a few multiples of market share with no room for growth trade at 250 times the market cap of a competing company that has a ton of room for growth and is currently at, you know, a significant fraction of that dominant company's customer base. This doesn't make sense. I mean, this casino's gone on for a long time. This bubble's just been reinflated so that nobody actually knows. We just keep reinforcing the opposite type of behavior, which is gonna result in has to result in a wipeout at some point. Not too bad. Off work for the week. Nice. That is good timing. Well, the monthly candle just closed. Closed green. Let's look at wave bases because it's been pretty accurate. Throughout. It even called for the pullback here. The deep correction. I remember looking at this, and right now, off the recent low, saying this wave 2 is in, I mean, it can break the lows here. A lot of other coins already have. Like Litecoin's kind of still holding them. Maybe just broke it now that I say that. what a lot of chains like XRP is correcting harder. ETH. It's holding up a little bit better, but it's had momentum. Bitcoin Cash. I don't know, Bitcoin Cash didn't do much on this latest rally. All these charts look very similar. We still have a CME gap at 100, basically 117K for Bitcoin. This correction, I don't know how many, maybe it takes another week or two. But I think it's got to be close to finishing. Do you have more bullish divergence forming? An on-balance volume. Lower lows in price on the 4-hour time frame, higher lows in OBV. I think CMF is positive too. Yeah, this major bullish divergence here on the CMF, which has, I think, worked better than OBV. It's a little more sensitive. Starting to curl up on the 12-hour. I didn't announce this stream. Probably won't. Just hang out with a few people that are here. Master said he might join. So maybe we'll see him in here in a bit. It's interesting to me though that what's up, MK? I don't know if, what his setup looks like, but he's been going hard in the replies of all these people, like Ben Cowan today or yesterday. No, this is not him. What's his profile name? Oh, into the cryptoverse, that's right. Posted something on Litecoin dominance. Did I pass it? I don't know. He posted a price chart of Litecoin dominance, basically claiming like, I told you so. Don't buy Litecoin. Can't wait till the trend reverses. All the trader guys, they just look at charts only. The only way Litecoin doesn't succeed is if Bitcoin demand for Bitcoin just stays the same. Like, if it's only ever a speculative asset, it never fulfills its value prop at a larger scale than it is today. Then yeah, maybe Litecoin, there's an argument to be made that it doesn't do well. But if it does, if demand for permissionless money increases, Litecoin's going to pass Bitcoin. Well, the second Bitcoin chain is going to pass the first one. That's a better way to think of it. I kind of hate using the word Litecoin because it seems like it's something other than Bitcoin, when really it's just Bitcoin 2 with some added features. That's how I've always thought about it. People think you're talking about something else, and really you're just talking about a second implementation of Bitcoin. Transactions for MWeb look like they're climbing. Wife thinks he's charting away while he's fighting everyone in X. Yeah, better Bitcoins is subjective. I still think, I mean, it's basically, if you want some degree of privacy, you can use the Bitcoin chain that has it. And scanning network effects, it's the only real difference. 2.5 minute block times I would prefer. I don't think it makes much of a difference in security. My friend just asked me if this was me on X because I changed my name. I should send out a notification so people know that we're looking at charts. I think Litecoin's about to reverse against ETH. Last time we saw this rising 4-hour CMF with price declining was around here. This is rising more rapidly. I think we're going to break out above these prior highs pretty fast, at least to here. 0.16. What's up, LTC84? I should announce these chart streams because it's confusing for people when I have it in ambient loops for so long and then change. Not much is happening. But I think this is going to be correct. We just don't know how long this correction is going to last. We need one decent breakout candle, like straight to $200 pretty quickly, and relative outperformance of ETH and alts. Search interest to pick up and then deliver the message to the people. Oh, whoops. I just clicked off of my chat. I can't see it. Hey guys, welcome back. Whoops. Chat, I can't see it. Just over a month left until real fireworks. Yeah. I don't know. We have this ETF approval that should happen that should happen on October 2nd at the latest. The first one. But I think we'd get some front running of this, and then you have plans from Litecoin treasury companies to, even though I disagree with the whole idea of that, for speculative reasons, like those companies aren't going to sell their Litecoin, and they plan to buy more. You could see inflows of more companies doing that. You'd expect the market to front run that plus the ETF potential inflows. Yeah, if it pumps our bags. Yeah. True. Let me see this real quick. Just need to outperform XRP. All the chart bros, like even like really good technical analysts, are still so bullish on XRP. You like kind of have a breakout move against it, so everyone stops paying attention to those guys. Yeah, we definitely deserve it. It's the chain that's grown the most out of almost anything, and it has the least amount of interest. It's a Bitcoin chain that's likely to pass BTC, and it has no interest. Oh, Master just sent me a chart. Institutional buying of Bitcoin has plunged to its lowest level since early April. Nice. I feel like institutional buying is really the only thing that drove Bitcoin this whole cycle. Yeah, people doubting Litecoin is quoted no coiners doubting Bitcoin. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's just funny because a lot of the early Bitcoin people I don't know, I feel like most of the early Bitcoin people kind of stumbled into it, luckily. Very few had a long-term vision at the time. I just don't know, it seems like the best risk rewards. I don't get why nobody understands such a relatively simple idea. Maybe because money's never worked like this before. I think it's just extreme financial bias, price bias, recency bias that holds people back. Yeah, Litecoin will hold up way better as long as that adoption holds up. The only real risk is, well, I think it will. I mean, it's held through every bear market thus far. It's just Bitcoin users migrating. So it should hold up pretty well. It could even accelerate while Litecoin demand monetarily could accelerate while the rest of the market's dying. It's possible. But I think what's most likely is Litecoin's going to pump and receive a lot of hype, and it will enter its own bubble and be extremely risky to be buying above all-time highs. It just has such a low retail speculative interest. It's like I've talked about it a million times, but it's the craziest thing to me. This world it feels kind of insane. Because this is the only proven asset in the whole market. To grow when demand for Bitcoin increases, and there's so many people that think Bitcoin is the future. Or maybe they don't understand what Bitcoin's value prop actually is. Just believe in limited supply or something. But there are a lot of people that think permissionless money is going to be a lot more relevant into the future, like I do. But somehow they don't see that Bitcoin's growth is capped, and there's no real evidence of... The only way Bitcoin grows is if it keeps increasing its average transaction value size, because blocks are basically full. And there's been no evidence of that. And the median transaction values are right now 50 bucks. If you subtract ordinals and stuff, it's like 200, right around where Litecoin's at. So the only chain that's likely to actually grow is LTC. And you'd like, if this was a stock or equity, and you had two competing companies doing the exact same service, like this, nobody would be buying Bitcoin here, because they understand, like, money's one of the most misunderstood goods in the world. It has been historically. It's why monetary markets move so slowly. It's why people accepted seashells for a long time, and money's failed constantly. It's been a hard thing to grasp for humans forever. People kind of believe that it's just belief that makes some money valuable or not. Because they've just been trained, and they've only lived in the era of non-market based monies dominating, government paper circulating, representing like 90+% of all transactions. It's weird. I mean, it's probably the best opportunity if you've done the work and understand what Bitcoin is and understand the context and environment in which we're in right now. Yeah, the talking points that have gotten a couple of your friends to turn around on their holding is the permissionless decentralization talk. Yeah, people always abuse money. They will tell you all the reasons that they should control the issuance, supply, make up theories that exist today. These Keynesian economic theories that say 2% inflation is ideal, when it underneath it doesn't. It's just made up. And it's impossible for humans to resist like abusing that power. Banks historically did it all the time. when people would hand banks their gold or whatever the money was and get bank money, they'd speculate recklessly or print more banknotes than they actually had in reserves, and then they'd fail. But yeah, institutions always abuse that power. Individuals, people do, if they can get away with it. What's annoying to me is the like intentional obfuscation of redefining money constantly. Like the credit became the money in 1971, and now people don't know the difference between credit and money. Like everything we use today mostly is credit based, but people believe that like commercial banks print money or that private banks print money because they only ever interact with credit, and they don't know the difference. Like settlement still happens, somebody's doing it, mostly between these large national banks or Fed banks. But somebody's settling all the dollars at the end of the day. I just can't wait till there. Maybe that never happens, but I wish there was a broader understanding of money, and I wish we would teach that instead of the propaganda that universities and the educational system teaches. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, it happens over and over again. It's the same thing. It's just an institution that gets a lot of depositors, abuses their power, and then they blow up. I mean, that's why the Fed was started in the first place, because people thought the government would be more trustworthy than private banks. But really, it's way less. Fees to touch debt. Yeah, well, I think credit's necessary for production. If everyone just hoards their money, then the economy moves much slower, right? If you're just hoarding all of your savings and you're not lending it out for production, it's just like there should be a market for that, right? People who want to lend their money, risk it for a 10% return to have more in the future, so that somebody can go out today that doesn't have access to capital and go build something, produce something valuable to the marketplace. That's what we need, but most of the leverage in the system and credit that's being issued is just going to consumption right away. It's not, we're not building a strong foundation in the economy. We're like borrowing to consume, which is the opposite, or we should be borrowing to produce. Because if you just consistently rack up debt to go consume things, you're not making it easier to pay off that debt, making it much harder. It's like if you borrowed a bunch of money on your credit card to go buy random shit for your house. Right, borrowing money productively can increase your income, increase overall wealth, but the opposite's mostly true right now. Government's borrowing all this money and just going to waste. They're stealing from people's futures. Yeah, one sec. I need to use the bathroom. Like 1 minute. I'll be right back. Your fears personally is what that debt's tied to. The fiat system, you just don't value trust in it. Yeah. I can kind of see what you mean. What I think the problem is, it's most evident in the crypto market. Like there's so much leverage in gambling. Like Michael Saylor's balance sheet is like, I don't even know what his leverage ratio is. But it's silly because it seems like the most leverage is naturally in the crypto market because people assume it has the highest upside, but they're all gambling on monies which don't produce anything. So it's really mostly a giant waste of time, misallocation of resources. These people should be borrowing this money to go make something that could potentially increase the wealth of the whole country or place they live in. Instead, we're focusing all our time on charting random tokens. But we're kind of forced to do it at the same time because it's true, the highest upside is in this market. But it's a zero-sum game, and it's just going to lead to wealth transfer from one group of people to another. The only thing, like, crypto can be positive sum if it's monetized. It can take away some of the waste from government, right? If they really do lose the war over money, it reduces their ability to tax people. And then the productive people can keep more of their earnings. But that's... those assets that can potentially do that do not dominate the casino in popularity. Yeah, the right kind of debt is important. It's just like if you take it to the extremes, nobody lending means really nothing gets produced. And then we all kind of starve. Just the current structure of the systems and the incentives we created is to do the worst, do the like most irresponsible thing with debt. And those are the people that win. And evidenced again, it's like a microcosm of the broader stuff going on within crypto. Like I met some guy that was like borrowed $500K to buy the Trump meme coin because he knew it was launching and made $20 million or something in like 3 days, and then bought a giant house, like mansion. Like that, rewarding that is... Tom, he didn't do anything. He's just an insider. That didn't contribute at all to society, but somehow, just because he knew people, extracted $20 million in a day. Yeah. Yeah, that's the problem. And the bigger this gets, right, the more debt and bigger the speculative market gets, like the more people that are participating in this, making money from the worse it is overall for the economy, for the few people that are actually still working. And the more people that are in government just taking from the productive, the worse it's going to be, because there will be eventually a revolution and a fight between these two classes. What should we do, guys? I mean, not much has not much is going on. We've kind of just gone sideways a bit. Let's look at this Doge fractal again from 2021. I'll probably try an IRL stream again. Maybe not so late, a bit earlier. Those did look a little more bullish, but the rest of the market also in 2021 was just about to go vertical in late December, early January. Don't want to get mugged. Yeah, last night was a little weird. I don't want to get in that situation again. The guy was fine. He wasn't mean. But you never know. There are some violent people. I kind of feel bad. It seems like their lives just, they made maybe one wrong decision or something happened to them. And then they just go into this, they can't recover. Maybe their wife divorces them, they lose all their stuff, lose their job, start drinking to try to cope, and then they just end up doing drugs on the streets. X-Force has been pretty accurate lately. Still thinks we have one more leg lower. Thinks this will turn around this month. Time is the hardest thing to predict. Yeah, he thought that I thought he was a bum. Well, it's funny because he was like speaking of things not to do, but it seems like clearly he knows what not to do, but still does those things anyways. It's like a lot of people probably realize they know what to do, but they're just trapped. Like he obviously made some bad financial decisions. He's not as bad as, he wasn't as bad as a lot of them. Well, September and October, maybe this month should be our breakout month, and then we should just see continuation. I don't know, Like, if this breaks out this month, it's hard to imagine this doesn't go for at least 3 months, probably longer than that, maybe into March. Like, Doge was at the same point, right? It had 2 monthly closes below this level, got rejected, actually wicked all the way back down, and then had this breakout. And this move is usually the largest, right? The one where all the money is made practically. This candle was a 20x move. And then really from the highs, you had like another 600%. And I've said that repeatedly. That's the type of price action you expect, or I expect for Litecoin. So like a move to 3K, yeah, sure, it can move, it can correct from there and then have a blow off. But this initial leg out of this, where supply is extremely constricted, and you just get some type of catalyst and momentum, will drive the highest percentage gains. But yeah, if we do get a move like that, everyone's gonna look for an explanation, and then they will listen to the people who had this longer term view, and that should change the narrative. Maybe it consolidates around there as more people start to believe in that narrative, and then you get one final blow off. But I don't know, out of all the coins that have pumped in the past, XRP 2017, Doge last cycle, people are already convinced of the Bitcoin narrative of permissionless money. They can easily know Litecoin's the same code, and if they see the transaction stats, it should be very easy sell, because you're not changing from like Bitcoin to ETH or ETH to XRP or like developing some new narrative. It's the same one. It just should lead to a relative repricing of Litecoin against Bitcoin. And I don't know why you would want to position in a chain that reaches the monetization limit very soon. The only reason people don't see it is price momentum and narratives of things that don't even, that will never support the growth of Bitcoin's value prop, like government adoption or institute, like all that stuff is pointless. Hopefully people can see that. Alright, just play again. Thanks for always coming in. Appreciate you being in here. Yeah, tune in whenever. I'll be live a lot more when it's more interesting. Right now we're kind of just waiting. I am releasing the first part of this project that I worked on today. I've actually noticed that YouTube is starting to push. Somehow I'm getting picked up in the algorithm. So I had more total views on just random videos, like tracks and videos that people I think found interesting, but nobody sees how they're connected yet. So I know a lot of people unsubscribed because they're like, what is this? But it will make sense in about 4 weeks. I'm gonna ask Master if he wants to get on here. I'm gonna call him real quick. I'll mute my mic for a sec. Alright, Master's gonna come on here, and then I'll actually post this on X. Let's see. Let me create this room. What time? Like right now, I think. I'm gonna see if this, I think this room's still set up, so I'm gonna invite him. Hopefully we don't have any echo issues.
What's up?
Oh, alright, you're in here. Nice.
Yeah, what's up? You can hear me?
Yeah, let me add you. Let me make sure these settings are correct.
Have you already been going live for a while or what?
Just a little bit. Not too long. I didn't post it on X or anything, so we've got the few loyal people in here, but I'll post it in a sec. Let me see if I can add you.
Do you want to maybe just drive, or what do you want me to do?
Or if you want to show those charts that you were sending me.
Oh, which ones were they sending you? I don't remember.
Like the Capriol IO guys, Charles Edwards.
Oh yeah, I don't I don't really necessarily want to share that. I'm kind of more asking what you thought.
Yeah, I could just like pull those up and we could talk about
Yeah, how about that? It'd be better. I don't have like a definitive answer on those, but it does look like at least Capriols, you know, that structure, it's definitely like a falling knife, you know. It's vertical, so but it could rebound. It looks like it could rebound this month, but it looks like, you know, institutional investors they're stopped buying.
Yeah, I know.
Which kind of makes sense. Like this fucking thing could be rolling over, which it has rolled over already. I mean, it looked like it. Yeah.
Yeah, let me see. If, I'm gonna add you to the scene. Just hopefully I can just hear your sound.
Okay. Yeah.
Interview. It should be here. Maybe I'll ask a few in here if they can hear you. Go ahead and just like test. Let's see. Are you still there? Can you still hear me? What happened? I lost your voice on my headphones. That's weird. Okay, you guys can hear him, but for some reason I can't hear him. This is so weird. I was just hearing him before. Maybe it's because... Hold on. No, the site is not muted. I have a different problem with this every time. What the heck? Okay, let me try this. Master, are you there? Hey, Master. What? Is my song playing double? I just moved the volume down. I didn't do anything. I didn't change any settings. I was just looking through here on settings. I've never lost. When he's in this room, it says audio is going to my headset, but when I added him to the scene from this web browser into OBS. I lost his audio, but you guys could hear him. And it doesn't even show anything under guest scene in OBS that his volume is coming through. Let me try removing this. I just tried to call him. Maybe he'll call me back in a sec. Hey, are you still in here?
Yeah, I can hear you. Different microphone? Oh, let's try this.
Yo, yo, yo. Do you not hear that? Maybe there was just a glitch. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, the headset is the Soundcore Life Q30. Yep. Microphone array, AMD. Yeah. Which sounds better? I don't know.
Does this one sound better? Okay, let's use that one. All right. Yeah. Yeah, I can talk. You guys hear me? We're back.
Yeah, now it's finally coming through. Now let me ask them.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know what
Yeah.
happened. It just glitched out, but I re-added his microphone and now it seems like I can hear him. As long as you
Shit.
guys aren't getting any glitches
Son of
on the
a-
music, I can just mute the music as well.
Ugh. Okay. Yo.
Alright, I'll post it now.
There's a slight echo, but hopefully that goes away.
With yours?
Yeah, there was, but maybe that's just oh, you know what? Hang on. I think I got it fixed. I had the stream's audio turned on. That's why it's gone. Yeah.
Okay. There
Yeah,
has
I'm
to be a
good. I'm
better,
good.
they should make a better OBS compatible.
What? Okay. Well, I think I got that. That was my fault. I had it. I had it. I just noticed I had it turned on. I got to mute that browser so I could see the chat, you know? So,
Sweet. Alright, well, you want
yeah.
me to pull up those?
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
The first one you sent me, oh, I think I showed it earlier,
I,
was
oh, did
this.
you? I sent you the Charles Capriole. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, so just the first thing that kind of I can't tell the colors really well or which one's which, but I'm assuming the ones that are just all kind of dumping or institution buying. It says treasuries, and then I'm not sure what total is, and then I can't really read it, but
Yeah, Bitcoin
he
mine,
basically said it
ETH.
was the miners. Okay.
Yeah, and the blue one's just the total.
Oh, that's the total. Okay. Yeah, so the total looks like it's just in free fall.
Yeah.
And which is probably why you're seeing Bitcoin price dump. Um, they're they're not a one to one, right? The slope of Bitcoin price USD is not dropping as dramatically as that. Uh, but to look back to 24 when it dropped, it didn't dump that hard either. And maybe in this time you might even say that it's dumping harder versus the amount, the, there's less buying pressure from institutions this time. So,
Yeah, it's
and it's
interesting.
kind of
There's like
holding up.
major bearish divergence here, right? Much significant lower low in, or lower high in institutional buying, and a higher high
Oh
in
yeah,
pros.
yeah. I wasn't even seeing that. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Yes. Yep.
And
Yeah.
it's funny to me because this
Yep.
is all Bitcoin speculators track
Yep.
now is institutional flows, and
Yep.
eh,
Yeah, because
they've just
they had a 2 year run,
yeah.
just a straight channel 2 year run. Yeah, I mean it's been great for Bitcoin. But to your point, yeah, that's bearish divergence on institutional flows, at least according to this data.
Yeah, well, maybe there's some like hype resurgence. Who knows if
Yeah, yeah, there could be. Yeah,
government announcements of Bitcoin treasuries in
that could
foreign
happen.
countries, yeah. Uh, I don't know exactly, but it's interesting. There's like a huge difference in the way most of the Litecoin community tracks things in the Bitcoin community. Bitcoin community used to track network adoption, monetization, and now it's totally irrelevant. So it's just speculative demand, and all these institutions, all this buying is gonna, I think, eventually result in selling as well. Like everything
Yeah,
that came in is gonna go
yep.
out. I don't think they have. Realistically, I don't think institutions have much of a place in the crypto market over the long term. Like,
Hmm.
it's really for individuals. And so, yeah, who knows? I
It's
think
going to be hard for them to rotate out too, right? They've some of these they've held for a year at least. I'm assuming, so they could rotate out.
yeah, and when momentum dies, that's a
Uh,
lot of large, like it was huge, large purchases on almost no retail buying driving this bull market.
yeah,
And when that
yeah.
sell pressure eventually hits the market, who's going to be buying all their bags? It seems
Hmm.
very top heavy.
Yeah, yeah, and this leg up from March, April to where we're at now, the increase on that has been less than the last two impulses, right? So just the momentum has been dying. I mean, you can see it if you were to measure that, So
Yeah, if you just look at the chart, that's what Tony the Bull just posted. He probably has a better chart. He was looking
oh,
at,
let's look at his. Yeah, yeah, I saw that briefly. Yeah,
I
he
think
was
he was,
showing momentum. Yeah, I mean, look at that thing, dude. It's like a rising wedge. I
yeah, the LMACD. Like these are just moving
yeah,
average, right? Convergence,
yeah,
divergence, and
it was that one. Yeah, that one.
this is
Yep.
just showing, yeah, it's losing momentum. Um,
Yeah,
I don't know. I know your dominant view right now is that it's
yeah,
probably topped, and mine,
yeah,
I still think we have maybe one more
yeah. We
move
could.
higher.
Yeah.
But we'll see. It's not.
Yeah, I hope we have. I hope we have what you think, but I'm open to the case where Bitcoin's stuck at 124 and below, and they're trapped for the next 10 years plus. I mean, that's my base case right now, and I think even with Ethereum, I mean, I can see Ethereum going. I think I said 2 or 3x from here. It's possible, but that run up to previous all-time highs, it's too steep. I think it's done, and there's a lot of selling. There were some big players that got out of ETH, so yeah, it could still do 2 or 3x from there, but yeah, here you go. I can see that dumping and coming back down to 3,000 or something. So
Or at least some consolidation here. I mean, you're on a
yeah,
TD9 sell.
yeah,
I think on balance volume isn't that strong. Um, Not like Litecoins, right? You're not having it near the amount of. Again, it's like institutional buying instead of Bitcoin. Now it's ETH. That's really
yeah.
driving ETH momentum. The volumes aren't even close to what they were in
Oh, they are.
2021,
Look at that.
2017.
No, yeah,
Um, and Litecoin institutions aren't even here at all. There's almost
Yeah,
no
very little, if
institutional
any.
demand. But
Yeah.
Litecoin's volumes, even though price hasn't moved all-time highs like ETH, they're pretty similar. I think depending on the time frame you use, but most of the time frames that I look at
Oh, okay.
look far more bullish than most other assets.
It's on the bottom. That's the OBV.
Yeah, I'm on
Yeah.
3-day
Wow.
time frame. It
The 3 day.
changes if
Okay.
you look at it
Yeah.
differently, but even the daily looks pretty good. Breaking
Hmm.
like almost above our all-time high in on-balance volume, but price is still like 70% down
Yeah.
from
Yeah.
74.
That's bullish right there. Yep. Accumulation.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah. Absolutely. There one more I sent you?
Yeah, I
I don't know
think
if there
so. Let
was.
me.
Oh, that was just the manufacturing inventory, the PMI. I think that's what that is, which has been cyclical for these bull and bear markets.
Yeah, I could pull it up. I haven't been paying attention to that
Yeah.
too much.
If
Who
you could pull,
posted it?
yeah,
Round Bow.
pull. No,
Can I pull it
no.
up in
It's
TradingView?
it's Milk Road Macro. I don't know if you've seen these guys. Oh, you can show, yeah, you can show the same thing. I just like how they had it shaded and they had the cycles kind of defined, you know? Yeah, those guys. Yep. Yeah.
Where was the same chart you shared with me?
I don't, it's maybe not that post when we go
This
back,
one,
but
yeah.
go back to their thing. It's,
This is the one
yep, that one. Yep. It just shows you that this cycle's uh has been elongated from the bottom, and typically in the last, I don't know, this would be four times four, 16, last 16 years, the peaks of the market have been kind of left translated from the top of the apex, right? So in this case, you can see it's just staying sideways, right?
Yeah, well, I think it's all the
Literally,
unproductive debt. I don't. 'Cause this is ISM, right? Manufacturing orders.
I think it's inventory or something. Yeah, something like that. It's I can look it up. It's
What's the purchasing manager's
yeah,
index? It's like usually gets a lead on what the underlying economy is doing. Like if all these purchasing managers are stacking them on inventory, generally they know that retail spending or whatever consumer spending is about to be higher. But
yeah.
I don't know. It could just be sluggish for a long time. I think at some point the level of debt
Yeah, so it
just
says when it's below 50, uh there's the economy's kind of just steady sideways, not really growing, and when it's above 50, it's expanding. So what are we at now? Yeah, below it. So it's still below, right? So that's bullish if it breaks up, which I'm thinking it probably does when they cut rates, you know? So I mean, we've been on on the somewhat, I guess, I'm not sure what you call it, bearish or whatever, but it's not overheated. The economy's not expanding yet. It's not hot yet. They're still applying the brakes on the economy, is the way I see it. And they really haven't expanded everything yet. And so it kind of alludes to why maybe Litecoin has a little bit longer um, sideways momentum. And then
well,
you can even, if you look at the copper gold ratio, that's another one you can compare. It looks very similar to this chart, like very similar. And that's what tech dev shows.
I don't really read much into
Is,
these ratios because I don't. The metals market to me is weird. Uh, I,
well, for whatever reason, the copper gold has shown like inflation or just the bull and bear cycles. Um, yeah, copper gold. Yeah.
it's historically tracked, but if I don't understand the reason why it's Like I wouldn't trust
Well, I
it.
think they were saying the reason was that copper becomes, it's in all these the wire, right? So if the economy's hopping, everyone's buying conduit, or I mean buying wire, they're building infrastructure. You got, you know what I mean? So the price of copper goes up because everyone's buying copper
I
for
see.
power. I think that was the reasoning for it.
I see. Now
But
we're
it
at a
could also
weird
be just,
point where gold has just been rallying kind of crazy because
yeah,
of this
yeah,
fear of like, global uncertainty. I think it's round like that narrative doesn't make a lot of sense. It's just to me it's kind of like Bitcoin. I don't think the world's gonna go
yeah.
back to using gold as a money.
Woo! Look at that thing, dude.
But yeah, it's been rallying like crazy.
Wow, I didn't realize how much it rallied recently. Dang.
And silver as well is about to break all-time highs.
Is it at 40 or something?
Yeah, right at 40. Like this is a long-term
Damn,
ascending
that's a
triangle.
pretty bullish chart.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's such a huge
Damn.
asset, right? It's 2 trillion,
Oh shit.
4
Yeah.
trillion. And gold is massive as well
Dang.
too.
Yeah. If that actually breaks out, like, dang, dude.
Yeah, gold looks like it's not done.
It's probably all that money that got printed, over the last 4 years is finally starting to make its way into these assets, dude.
Yep, I think it's a popularity contest and it's momentum now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and
Um,
gold still looks like it's got more room to run too. Dang.
for sure.
Hmm. And gold's 23 trillion, right? So
Yeah.
yeah, and Litecoin's what, 8 billion? Yeah, it's going way higher.
Yeah,
Just takes time.
for sure. It's a crazy world. I mean, I think all these assets are heavily mispriced based on the future I think we're heading into. It's gonna have weird. I feel
Yeah.
like markets are gonna be extremely volatile over the next 5 years.
Or next 6 months, too.
Next 6 months too. Well, specifically for crypto.
Yeah, for crypto. Yeah, at least Litecoin. Yeah, take a look at the Nvidia or Litecoin Nvidia chart. You want to pull that up?
Yeah, it's been a massive downtrend, but it has a higher low here.
Yeah, yeah.
I haven't looked at this in
Yeah, and
so
if you
long.
if you if you grab an LTC USD Vantage, it gives us a little more data. Sorry, I'm making you drive.
Oh, it's all good.
I could probably do this, but
I don't have it saved. Yeah. Crazy divergence though here on CMF. Just
oh,
like on
got CMF
Bitcoin.
turned on. Okay. Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, interesting. Vantage gives volume data. Is it using volume data, right?
I think it does, yeah.
Do
I've
that?
noticed on the chart that it
Okay.
does. But it had the same
Okay.
thing with the other chart. Just
Yeah.
before I pulled up Vantage.
Yeah, on this one, if you draw like a parallel channel, just connect the tops and then connect the bottoms. There's like a channel, dude.
Yeah, it's almost like a descending wedge type structure.
Yeah, it could be that too. Yeah, yeah. Mhm. Yeah, if you take the bottom line and just copy it up to the top, on those two left peaks, it lines up too. So, but yeah, what? But you could see maybe that Litecoin's doing a double bottom. You know how we all thought it was breaking out in December and probably going to go to new all-time highs, kind of like XLM, XRP, and so it didn't quite do that. And you can see that here with this double bottom, probably. Yeah, right there. It didn't make a lower low. And
Yeah, it's the
so,
same with LTC against all the crypto pairs or the dominant crypto pairs like LTC ETH and LTC
mhm.
BTC.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
So
And so it's like 3x away from previous all-time highs. So if it moves 3x, you're going to see a move against all these assets, up into the range, and that'll be a signal. It should be a signal for a lot of people that it's finally moving.
for sure, I was looking in Doge just counting the monthly time, like the monthly candles here, and it was after it got rejected on the second green monthly candle that it broke out of this
Oh,
range
okay.
and had a 20x move in 1
One,
month.
two.
So Litecoin's
So
gonna do the
one,
same
two, and then
thing.
three.
Yeah. So if it does
So would
break out of
September
here,
be the third green month,
it would be
or is it
the
October?
same. It would, yeah, it's this month.
September. Oh, okay.
Because we just closed that previous monthly candle.
And that kind of makes sense. Like there's a high likelihood that the ETF gets approved in September, and it's plausible. The deadline is October 2nd for the Canary.
Yeah, and then just people can front run it too. I don't know why
Yeah.
it would be not approved.
Yeah, I don't either. Wouldn't make any sense. They would have already probably sent that information out, to the filers. I saw that I think S1s for Solana got updated last week or something. So they would have to send out something to them, and then they would probably likely update their S1s, or if it was denied, they would just already denied it.
For sure.
And
They,
and their requirements that they posted, that one of the requirements was that if you were on the Coinbase futures for 6 months, then it was kind of a shoe in. And Litecoin's been on there since April of 24, so it's been over a year.
yep.
And I think Solana was added in March, maybe of 20, no, 25. Yeah, this year. Solana was added this year, and so was XRP to Coinbase, but I think they're both on CME though. Litecoin is not on CME.
That's true. I don't know if that's an issue. It's probably more bullish because if the
Yeah,
ETF is
probably
aware
more
without
bullish.
CME futures, it's hard for them to short
Yeah,
it.
yeah, exactly. So hopefully CME doesn't turn on till, like second leg and then they get blown out.
Be awesome. I think this
It
LTC
would be.
Doge pair is about to break to the upside.
Yeah, it does look like. It kind of also looks like foreshadowing for the LTC XRP ratio too.
Yeah, it's kind of the same
What
thing.
is that? Can you add that one on the same chart, just below it or something?
This is much different because XRP had that huge
Oh,
run.
I see. Yeah, similar though. Yeah, the final capitulation, wick down, or that part right there where it rolls down. Yeah,
Yeah, I still think we can retest these prior all-time highs, at least
that
here.
looks bottomed right there. That does look bottomed. A lot of times price will bottom out like that. It'll run into it and then get one final little hook down into it, and then usually it goes pretty hard the other way, pretty fast. It's been a little bit slow, but
Yeah. I remember with Bitcoin
I
when it
can
had the
recover
same
back to where
pattern
that
and
was.
dropped about 50%, which is where we're at now, before it reversed hard.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Right, like here you had a 50% drop, and then this sideways bottom.
Yeah. Bitcoin does not look good to me. Does not look good. Oh, right there. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Then it does a parabolic advance out. So in this case, it'll probably be vertical. But
Yeah.
I mean,
Should
it'd be
be.
really cool to get this final leg for Bitcoin. I just don't know if that's going to happen. Unless somehow the government maybe comes out and actually, but they're not going to buy it. They've already said they're not going to buy it. So
I mean, maybe like some foreign government like Brazil or who
yeah,
knows? Who knows which government
I
will
wonder
do
how
it.
much it would. Wonder how much it'd have to be for it to actually move it out. It's 2 trillion, so
You'd expect governments to buy the top
200 billion.
because they're the worst capital allocators
Yeah.
ever.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Litecoin against silver. I wonder what LTC against gold looks like. Probably.
Oh yeah, look at that one.
Oh, not horrible.
Oh, not even terrible, really.
Just gold's moves look massive, but the percentage gains it's
Yeah.
making aren't giant. Litecoin's technically up like 100%,
Mm-hmm.
almost off of its lows from a
Yeah.
few months
Yep.
ago. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. I got lots of attention today on Twitter, on X. Ben Cowan, he's got 1 million followers, and he commented on one of my posts. So hopefully we'll get some good attention from it. And then the
Yeah, I tried to
Litecoin
find
account.
that. I didn't. Did he delete his post? Benjamin Cowan?
No, no, it's not deleted.
Yeah, I don't. All
Yeah.
these guys. Where's it at?
I posted it on my page. You should be able to see it. Just go to my page. Yeah.
Okay.
He may just replied to me. I don't know if he posted it to all his followers. He probably didn't. So
I don't. Oh, yeah. Here it is. The market is
yeah,
telling you, but you refuse to listen. I don't know why he doesn't check network statistics at all, or have any sort of fundamental
no, he
data.
doesn't. Yeah, he doesn't. But I just like it because he's giving me attention. He's got 1 million followers now, dude. Um, yeah. So the post the post he shared is where he like tagged. He's got a post where I have like three X posts that he like called me out. Well, go to that one if you can, because can you find that one?
Where he called you out?
Yeah, because I want to show you the chart so you can see it. Um, it, it
This one?
Are you on my page? Keep going down. Oh yeah, right there, right there. Yep, that one. Yeah, click on that one. Yeah, click on it. If you can make it bigger.
Yeah, I did. I think you're
Yeah.
on my stream thing, so it's a bit delayed.
Okay. So, see, I think this thing's double bottom right here. Right. So this is going to be hilarious if I can take this. If I can take this, in 6 months, and then be like, "Here's the receipt, man."
Yeah, for
Because
sure.
I think this thing's bottomed here, and we're in. I think this reverses and heads up very high. I think, and I showed a chart where I think it can do that pretty easily. So,
Yeah, I
but
don't
it's
know why
good.
they're so confident
Anytime you get these
because,
big accounts,
but it's all just price.
well, I'm
It's
just
all
happy I got him.
technical analysis. It's funny.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Ben has been right.
Well, so have
he's
Bitcoiners.
go
They just been right in
go back
popularity.
down.
Oh,
Oh, here, go back to that real quick if you can. Can you go back? Can you show the chart that I showed on there? Yeah, just go down.
this one?
Keep going. Keep going. It's the one I created. Yeah, that one right there. Yep, that one. Yeah, that one. See, so I think possibly this is what we're going to look at here. Is that so? On the bottom is the LTC BTC ratio. I think it's probably showing a double bottom there. I think it could have taken off in 24, but it didn't happen. But I think we're close. I think this time we probably go. And up top is one of the network stats. Kind of shows where it can go. And well, if anything, it just shows the divergence, right? And so Litecoin has a massive, massive potential from where it's been before. Like historically, from the earlier cycles, it's been up in that range, and since then, it's fallen out of favor. So yeah, we could be in for an extreme and rapid repricing.
Yeah, I mean, I've thought that for a while, and I still think that because I know for sure if Bitcoin fulfills its value proposition, if there's actually more demand for permissionless money, or if just Litecoin breaks out on the high time frames, like momentum can switch really easily, and I know how strong the
Yeah,
narrative will be when the spotlight shifts. Because Litecoin's never been in this position. It's never had such a strong fundamental adoption curve. Like in 2017, it was nothing, but people were hyped about it. In 2013, it was nothing. In 2021, it started at 20K transactions. It got to like 100K, so it's still far behind Bitcoin. Now it's only
that's
like a
180,
2x
200
move.
or something. Hmm. Yeah, exactly. And then you and I were both looking at the median USD value transacted per day, and it's like there's some conflicting data. I'm not sure what bit you're looking at bit info charts, and maybe it's around the same for Bitcoin. I was looking at coin metrics and it was like $25. Yeah, let's look there for what are the median values?
$55 for Bitcoin, but it's moved down because of all these tiny.
55.
Somebody's minting something.
Okay. Oh, are they? Okay. What's Litecoin's? 177? Is that right?
Yeah, it's 177.
Is there okay. Yeah, so that in that case it's three times more. Looking at the coin metrics data, it shows Litecoin at like $25 and Bitcoin at like 59. So either way, you're looking at two different data sources. They're both showing that they're kind of on par
Yeah,
of
I
each
don't I
other.
don't think that coin metrics data is accurate. It wouldn't make sense. If you look at the median like transaction values on all the payment processors, it's more close to this.
Uh,
And I don't know why it would be so hard to calculate. They're just
I don't know.
taking
I don't either.
they should have the same numbers.
I know they should, but they don't. I'm just trying to be fair to both
Oh
data
yeah.
sources, not to be skewed one way or the other. But I mean, in this case, BitInfo charts is basically telling you that Litecoin, does it actually show crossing it when you look at the median
Well, yeah, it did, but it's
on
just
their
because
charts?
there's a lot of Bitcoin minting, like minting of runes or ordinals or whatever happening.
But you can't chart the median though, can you?
No, you can. But it just dumped temporarily
Okay.
because Bitcoin transactions spiked for all these low value transactions. So there's a ton of
Oh,
like 1 cent Bitcoin transactions, which pushed down the
oh,
median.
let's do it.
But they're
Okay.
about the
Yeah.
same,
Well,
and you would expect that
dang.
economically
Yeah.
because uh,
Hmm.
these two networks should converge over time if demand increases.
Yeah. Wow. So that's bullish right there for Litecoin that it's on par or passing Bitcoin median transaction, which and the importance of the median is that it's taking out the MWeb carryover blocks that are happening. So you see some people are showing that, Litecoin's moving 12, 13, whatever, $14 billion per day. That's not right, So the median should take that out, which it does.
Mm.
The average wouldn't, obviously, so you can't look at the average. Because yeah, does it show the average? It's probably wrong
Yeah, it's just
for
taking
Litecoin.
this divided by how many transactions, so it's gonna be super high. It shows it $65,000, but it's probably like
Yeah,
$1,000.
yeah, it's wrong. Yep, 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 exactly. I mean, it does benefit us for the people who don't pay attention, and I see it on X, people share it, and I usually try and correct them, just to be honest about stuff. We don't want to mislead anybody about the network, but
I
yeah,
just don't see how all these TA guys like Ben and these other people have gotten so. Well, I guess it makes sense how they've gotten so popular, but there's like total ignorance on the fundamental side, which is the only thing you can count on long term for growth.
yeah, which is the real important factor. it should almost be like think of it like first principles, right? For physics. And it's really where you need to start. Like, what is the true value prop, which you've done really well at explaining to everyone what that is. And in this case, it's censorship resistant decentralized money. And there's only a couple of chains that can do that. And Litecoin's being used as that. We can see it, right? It was Bitcoin. Litecoin's being used. There's a couple other chains that are being used, but right now it's predominantly just Bitcoin and Litecoin.
Yeah, it makes sense. There's no reason for another Bitcoin chain until one gets too expensive. And you know how monetary network effects work, or people should know that once a
Yeah.
dominant money emerges, like it will keep growing until the same thing happens to Litecoin, where it starts to become expensive. But it has like
Yeah.
so much more capacity that
Capacity.
it's not going to be an
Yeah.
issue, at least short term.
For a while. Yeah. Correct.
So, I don't know. We always get
Well, yeah,
frustrated thinking about this. Because
it is frustrating, but yeah.
it's it's like if everyone in the equities market only talked about technical analysis and talked about inflation or macro things and just assumed that some worthless company would keep pumping because of
Mhm.
inflation, because it's pumped historically
Yep.
and because of lines on charts. That's what
Yeah.
crypto is.
Yeah.
It's just the monetary market is like the most misunderstood. Um, I think
We need a big cleansing, and a big cleansing really would be Bitcoin topped at 124 and sideways. I mean, honestly, it's probably what the market needs.
yeah, if it does blow off, it's gonna be
Yeah.
the
If
worst
it blows off, it'll
Bitcoin
be insane.
ever.
There'll be just a massive rotation out of it. It's going to be clogged city. It's going to be musical chairs, and you're just going to see an onslaught of flooding out of Bitcoin into Litecoin, and they're going to be paying just astronomical fees to get out. I mean, probably $5,000 per transaction to get out while
If
it's pumping the other way.
yeah, if that does happen, then there's there's no way Litecoin doesn't become the dominant chain in the space,
Yeah,
and then
that
there's no
would
way Bitcoin
solidify it
can
for sure.
compete ever again. Maybe it would take like 10
Yeah,
years. It would, it,
yeah, probably take 10 years. Yeah, or forever.
or never.
Mhm.
Like Bitcoin just gets sharded away. Nobody uses
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Um,
Well, and maybe in that case, a fork of Bitcoin survives. Like that's a SHA-256. You never know. You never know. Yeah, it kind of looks like just looking at Litecoin here that it's should find support right. I mean, you're basically where it broke down in 22 was around 100, right? So, I mean, 100's a pretty special number.
yeah,
Hopefully it holds support here.
Litecoin actually looks a little bit stronger than a lot of these other coins. XRP is already breaking the lows here.
Oh yeah, XRP. Shit, that thing looks so bad, dude. I wish I wanted to close my short. I, I closed it in long Litecoin, which wasn't the greatest, but I thought we were ready to go. So
Yeah, we keep getting
small money. It wasn't even a lot of money, but I mean, look at that thing. Oh my gosh, it's gonna roll down so hard, dude. I think it's coming back to, what is that, a dollar? Where's like the center line of that range there? Is it a buck?
Where?
You're at market cap. You're at market cap, I see. It'd be like 120 market cap. Is that what that says?
I just don't see how they're gonna get more retail interest than they already have with these XRP
They're
coins
not.
every day that have, like, you can tell this is how many holders and people expecting like moon targets there are. 25k views from 8 hours ago, 11k from 3
Yeah.
hours ago, 6
Oh
hours
wow.
ago.
Yeah, they're
It's like
fucked.
it baffles me.
Hmm. Yeah, and you got like Zach XBT calling them out, so you have like pretty well respected people just calling out this grift, dude.
Are all these guys paid? You think?
I think so. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I think a lot of them are. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Ripple has their marketing budgets billions and billions of dollars, dude. Billions. It does. It won't even. You don't even have to pay these guys that much money.
Yeah, true.
I mean, if you send 1,000 followers, $1,000 a month, like, what is that? It's nothing. It seems odd, dude. You start putting the pieces together. It seems like they're paid, even right there. So they're paid.
I just can't believe how many videos there are and how many people. There's nothing even like
Yeah.
emotionally compelling
Yeah,
about
they're all paid.
XRP. It's just I don't know. It doesn't there's no like underlying value system that seems compelling to me. It's not like a movement towards decentralized money.
No.
It's not like
Mm-mm.
even close to
Yeah.
ETH where people are like, "Oh, we can do this new cool tech thing with smart contracts." Like I get why people are excited about that, but the XRP stuff
Yeah.
makes no sense. It's what
They're a lot of them are unit biased, so they think it's cheap because it was 50 cents, and now it's like a buck or two. So they're like, well, maybe it is heading towards, you know, the price of like Ethereum or Bitcoin.
how are that
That's
many people
honestly a
like
lot of it.
that? How are that many people
YouTube, YouTube.
so
They all quote YouTube, dude. The two people that I know that I've recently talked to in the past month and a half, I knew it was just insane. They both said verbatim, like kind of like they tiptoed around it, but they said 1,000 to 10,000. They both said that number to me, both of them,
well that
separate
shows how many
times,
people are
dude.
buying
They
it.
don't even know each other, and they don't even know each other, dude.
It's
So they're
insane.
spewing the same. They're taking the same numbers, wherever they're getting that from. Which those numbers are ridiculous. Those aren't even possible. Sure, it could go to like $5, $6. I mean, maybe higher, but the risk to reward on XRP, especially showing, you and I went over those charts. We went over those charts a couple streams ago, looking at XRP's new address growth compared to like it basically was a ratio of XRP's new address growth against Bitcoin's new address growth on a cycle timeline comparing the previous cycles. It looks really close to where it's topped in the last two cycles, right? And you're at previous all time high resistance. So I think it's done.
Yeah, also you had
I really do.
the most insane rally in 2017 of like 900x. Like XRP was
Yeah,
like number one performer in
it was. Yeah,
2017.
it was the number one performer. Yep, yep.
So
It was
what is
massive. Yeah.
justifying it being 900x off the 2017 lows? What's like really changed? There's nothing to me.
Mhm.
Like, has it ever been adopted? Does that adoption even do anything to price? It sounds like nothing's really happened over these years. Um,
I mean,
but
the only thing that they have done is that if their stable coin does become popular, they can earn some revenue on that. But
but
they're competing with Tether.
does it even go to buying XRP?
No,
Or
no,
is it
no.
just
It's not related. No,
it's not
you would
related?
think of it as like yeah, you would think of XRP as like they're because they're not publicly traded. So that is the publicly traded asset is the way I would think of that is their share. That's kind of why it's kind of like BNB.
Yeah.
They already moved to their shares, if you will, are the token. Just like BNB is the token of Binance in a way. So
Yeah. It's just yeah, that is not worth what people think it is.
well, in
But
this breakout right here, where we saw in December of 24, traders did a lot of this, dude. That basically, so this candle right here shows you that this was a breakout point, clearly a breakout point, right? So when you see a big candle like that, and it's going to, engulf the previous yearly high like that, that was right. It was the right move. So and now it's consolidating up here. Those traders are gone, dude. They got their 5x and they're out. They're gone.
yeah, I
You know
see
what?
most of
I don't
them
think
are
there's
at least 50% out.
yeah. Yeah, yeah. I mean, they're out, dude. Why would you hang around? You're not gonna hang around for scraps, dude. On something like XRP. I don't think so.
No, but I think
Nah.
Litecoin's move like this
Not
is coming over the next few months.
yeah, much bigger though. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, this was 900.
I think it's gonna be like that. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, the other thing with XRP is like, look at how long it's been sideways. That is pretty impressive. But it hasn't had the impulse up, which is not really good. So it's kind of stuck. And if you have to take a look at an asset and you had to pick one way or the other, you have to lean bearish, dude. So, and it tried and yeah. Even if it were to move up, it's like, okay, fine, maybe 2x from here, but I doubt it. It's not worth it.
Yep. Well, what do you think I should do? Master, you think I should
Well,
do
let's look at one more thing. Can we look at maybe you already have? Can we look at the LTC against others?
I didn't check it out, but it's hard to know what to make of this other than we're consolidating above this previous area that
Yeah,
it struggled against. At least we're forming a higher
yeah.
low potentially here. We were on a
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
TD9 reversal candle on the daily, so maybe that
Mm-hmm.
gives us something. All the volume indicators on this I don't really trust because it's
Well, it's market cap. Yeah, it's
yeah.
weird, isn't it? Yeah.
Um, I guess you could look at RSI.
I mean, maybe you could see like a cup and handle, So there was a long, rounded bottom, multi-year rounded bottom, and then a dump, and then maybe a handle potentially right here in a way. So yeah, it's not a great chart, but there. I mean, if you were to zoom out and look at the whole range potentially, if it gets back up at the top, would be good. So yeah, I mean, even back up to
Kind of looks like an
the
inverse head and
23.
shoulders here.
Yeah, 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 yep, yeah, rounded bottom. You know, yeah, that too. Yeah, yeah, it does. Yep, exactly. Yeah, you're right. Yep.
So you just need the. I
You
think
can almost draw a diagonal there. I don't know what does a diagonal look like from the left to the right on the tops. Do those line up?
yep, you do.
Yeah, something like that.
Struggling
And
against
you
it.
go, oh yeah, look at that. Oh, interesting. Yeah, look at that. And it yeah broke down from there. So if that can squeeze that downtrend, and then you maybe even have an uptrend on the bottom because you have um, higher lows. So
Yeah, I think we're just waiting on this USD resistance around 140 to break finally and get this high time frame move, and then Litecoin should break out against the whole
yeah,
market. Just,
yeah. So if it makes a 3x move from here, that goes to what 24 billion? Puts it at 400, or is it four? It needs to go 4x. So 4x would be like 32 billion, right?
it's practically
32
what
billion.
XRP started at before the rally.
Oh, where XRP started. Okay.
I can't imagine what the YouTube search volume is going to be if we do have this type of rally, right? Like it should be much
Yeah, and all
larger
these
than
people are already
XRP.
here, and they're already plugged in. These people are already here, ready to go. They can easily be converted over.
There's going to be a lot of sad people if this really happens, right? Like almost no content for LTC. Everyone focus the opposite direction.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Even that the what's his name, Paul. Oh, I can't think of his name. The Iran guy from Florida who's the podcaster, Paul Better or something. PBD. He talked about XRP too. So
I see. Yeah, well, we're just in a waiting game here for a little bit longer.
yeah, the other thing I was going to say was the at Litecoin account 2 days ago. They trolled hard on XRP, and dude, they got a lot of comments from XRPers.
Like mad comments.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well, we'll see who wins in the end
So
because I think, dude,
yeah, well, we know, but
I think XRP eventually goes to zero. Like literally goes to
wow,
zero.
zero. That'd be brutal. When does that happen?
I don't know, but it's like it's weird to me. There's so much air in this crypto market that things have just held up
Hmm.
despite no fundamental growth
Hmm.
or real value proposition
Yeah.
for so long. And you would have to think people will give up at some point. Like if a company is failing and has no prospects for the future,
Hmm.
it goes to zero. Um, I don't know. I think it might take a long time.
Yeah, it
It's
might.
hard for me to imagine all these, like there will be hundreds of coins still
Well, and
to
XRP base all the new stable coin chains like Circle's launching their own like literally their own L1 stable Circle is, and then so is Tether. And there was another one I thought too. There's three of these chains coming out. Um, that competes with XRP, right? So yeah, I agree with you that it probably down the road that it probably does go to zero. Yeah. And maybe this may actually be the peak of XRP. It's market cap.
yeah.
So
I have to go real quick help my girlfriend bring up something she's carrying. Is that okay? It'll be like one
okay.
minute. 1 minute. If you can I
Oh,
give
you
you
want me
the
to share my
reins?
screen real quick
Yeah.
or what?
Yeah. I'll give you
Okay, give me one
the
second.
reins.
Yeah.
Yours is at the
Okay.
top and it's showing so it should just go over top of mine.
Oh, okay. Is it already working? Can you see my screen?
Uh let me
Anybody?
I don't know, it's at the top. You might have to like reconnect it. Let me remove
Okay.
you and then add it again.
Okay. I'll just leave it. See what you do.
Because when you join the room, did you press just microphone or screen share? Because it's not letting me.
I pressed screen share. I can turn it
Oh,
off. Here, I'll turn it off. So I can
because
turn it on.
before it let me do
Here, now
this.
I'm turning it on. So there. Now I'm sharing.
One sec, let me add it here. One sec. I have to copy it into OBS. Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, you have it. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Alright guys,
Oh, there it
Neil's
goes.
just taking over.
What's up, guys? Yo, MK, you around? Who's in the chat? Anybody here? Is the U.S. going to war with Venezuela? Oh, I hope not. What's up? Can hear you loud and clear. All right, let's go. Let's just look at Litecoin. See what it looks like. Probably the same chart we've been seeing for a while. Um, if you're new here, what we're seeing potentially is some massive, yeah, Jazz Play. What's up, yo yo? You know, the thing that I see with Litecoin, I've been tracking this obviously for a long time, is that there's just massive divergence here. Yeah, gatekeep. Well, you're about, yeah, silver looks good for you, Lamont. Yeah, so there's been cycles with Litecoin and Bitcoin. So October, what's up, Trevor? You know, so October, based on the 3 month, this is the 3 month here. So this shows October 13, even though it was November of 13, as a top. And then we see that in October of 17, which was December of 2017. And then I would say that this cycle was a little bit different. The the top was in April for some of these alts, but Bitcoin it topped actually in the Q4 November. So did Matic and so did Ethereum. What we're seeing here is potentially an accumulation triangle. It's massive, right? So this is if you're into trading, technical analysis, you want to look for patterns like this. You could even draw a rectangle pattern here, right? So horizontal lines are typically great spots to locate where you want to enter into a position or exit. And if you have a rising accumulation line, so this would be an accumulation line here in the bottom. So, you know, it's 22 bucks, 23 bucks, but really it's more like in the 30s to the 40s. You know, in the last 2 years, it's been some wicks down in the 50s, 56, 49. We had a 63 this year. But you can see these wicks are being pulled up, right? So the main candle for the 3 months has been up into this range and really been kind of capped around the $100. What is this exactly? It's 109, right? So we're right at that right now. And then you can see that this structure here was actually support, boom, 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 broke support, which clearly you can tell by the big candle, right? So a lot of times when you're going to see something that breaks like a true support and moves like this, that actually was support. Like it was actually where it should have been, where people may have stop losses, they just exit their positions, right, or capitulated. And we haven't really seen that yet. So we're seeing this tight resistance here at 109. And then if we were to go to, let's say, like the daily here, let's go to the daily. Where's it at here? Let's go to A. Oh, did I hit daily? Yeah, okay. Oh, maybe because I usually use weekly on this one. Yeah. But either way, what I wanted to show you was that the high, you know, this is Vantage. It says 4369. Let's look at, I think Coinbase was a little bit better here. Um, it actually shows it. Yeah, there you go. So, you know, in 2017, it was like 400, and then 21, it was 400. So the structure that I'm seeing here is an accumulation triangle, an ascending triangle, and you know it's been in distribution up top at 400 and below, and then an accumulation here rising, and where we are now, right? So, and this is I think 8 years in this triangle. The other thing I'm looking at here is that you have this similar pattern that lets you know that we probably already have the capitulation structure, which you had here and here, and then even we'll go, you can't go back, but when you go back to 2013, it's same structure. And we can break this down. A lot of times what you'll see is parabolic run up into something here, you know, the expansion, and then in this case, it kind of dumped a little bit here like this, right? And then there would have been support, and you can kind of figure out where that was at because it's where it broke down, right? And you have this is actually kind of a cool special pattern that I don't know what it's called, but I've just noticed it. It's like boom, boom, boom. You get this volatility and then dump down, and you get the same thing over here. So you got this volatility and then dump down. Okay, and that can go either way, right? Oops. Let's get rid of that there. Like this. And you know, maybe you have that going on this way, like I just mentioned, right? So it would be kind of like this, right? So it'd be the other way. And the way you can think of that too is if this really was that kind of area where it broke out or dumped, you know, so anywhere between like here, yeah, right there looks kind of nice, or right to here. So it came into that range and then bounced, rejected, bounced, rejected, dump. This time it might be, it did get rejection up in here again, but it's back up in that range again. So which is likely means that it's going to go this way. And yeah, so it's kind of similar, and it could just roll right up into 400 pretty quickly, right? So I'd say maybe like 30 days. It could be a 400 pretty easily. And the other thing that a lot of times that happens on these kind of moves is that it'll kind of dive down into it. It'll nosedive before it accelerates, and maybe that's what we're seeing here. It really hasn't nosedived too much, but maybe it does. But you're kind of getting towards the end of it potentially. So and this would be a nice area for support. You kind of see it there already, right? So anywhere in this area would be a good spot if you're bullish on Litecoin to pick some up. You maybe even draw like a falling wedge here structure, so and it kind of looks like that'd be the end of it here. This is on the daily time frame, so it's pretty decent. And then over here it was the low of around 106 with wicks down to interday stuff 103. So this would be a good spot. Maybe it breaks out before that, right? So let's see here. Might look something like this, right? If it gets up into here, then it's likely it's going to accelerate there. And then you look over here to the left and you see that, it is some resistance, but you've tagged it, multiple times here. And obviously a lot of people sold, right? But there's been reaccumulation. You can tell because there's just these two structures here, right? So this is a nice bottom looking pattern right here. You can see, yeah, inverse head and shoulders with a really good V recovery. So that looks pretty good. And from a trading perspective, it did break out pretty good. It could have been better, but a lot of times you'll see these don't go all the way. They go maybe half now. People are watching this kind of stuff, so it's not real super hot. And then it kind of just came back down to that trend, dumped again, and then accelerated pretty hard up. So that was pretty good. And then bull flag, and then again, on a bull flag, a lot of times you're not seeing a straight extension. You'll see maybe like a quarter or something. So and then a falling wedge there. So on the lower time frames, it looks like this range is kind of coming to an end here at the bottom of it. So if it doesn't dump down into here, then we probably get a move up. Yeah, if it doesn't go down there. And if it were to go somewhere down in here, it would probably look like this. It would, come up into here and then roll down into there, right? And I just don't know if that's going to happen because we have ETFs for Litecoin coming. We have institutions announcing. I think it was Luxfolio that announced potentially another $100 million, and then MEIP. I don't think has finished their. They still have the ability to do an ATM where they can go sell their shares into the market. I don't know if they've done that or what, but so there's potentially more buying pressure there. I'm just not seeing that happen. I think it's more likely that we accelerate and expand into this. And this would be likely ETF Litecoin approval on October 2nd, which could happen anytime. This would be the deadline, right? So I think there's a bit of lag. Is there lag? Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of lag. Yeah. Oh man, that's a lot of lag. Holy cow. It's like a minute. Is anybody still here? Because Are you guys getting a lot of lag? Like, maybe you wouldn't tell. You can't tell, but how's the stream? Yeah, no bueno. Holy cow, it's a lot of lag. Dang. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Let's see. No, it's good. Well, it's like a minute behind, dude. I'm watching it over here. So you guys might get a minute of me just sitting here. Yeah, you can't tell. There's a huge lag. Yep. Oh, is that what you think's going on? No? Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe jazz play. That may have been it. Oh, it could be that too. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because it was near the end of that's probably what's going on. It's near the 12 hours. Yeah, because it got real laggy. Um, can you guys hear me now? Because I have a feeling you're not even hearing this for like 30 seconds. So, but oh well. Let's look at you. Let's look at XRP. Yeah, it's laggy. Let's go here. XRP, USD. Let's go to Binance. Yeah, perfect. And then we'll. Yeah, I can hear you. Good. Okay. Well, tell me when you first hear me say XRP. How about that? Because there's a lag. That's all good. All right. Master XRP. I think I have this here. XRP. Okay. There you go. XRP. Let's go to. Yeah, perfect. All right, so we're looking at XRP. We're looking at new address growth versus Bitcoin. Yeah, here we go. And we'll look at that here. Perfect. Okay, so what we're looking at here is XRP, USD, and what we'll start doing is just drawing, the basics, horizontals, right? So the first thing that you'll see is that it has not really broken out of the previous all-time high. Um, maybe it will, but it hasn't, not convincingly, right? So it's kind of stuck there, and that is around, I don't know, 342. But what most people aren't looking at, which I just looked at, I don't know, a little while ago, recently, are these structures. I think there was something else I looked at too recently. What was it? Um, there was another data point too that looked like it. Oh, it was the fees. Yeah, let's add that on here. Okay, so let's do XRP fees. Oh, underscore fees. Here we go. Coin metrics. So now we'll go like this. Yeah. Oh yeah, look at that. Okay. Oh wow, I didn't realize how much it dumped. So let's look at the fees first. And a lot of times you'll see at the bull market top some kind of a structure like this for fees, right? So you expect maybe fees to spike. Okay, so that was potentially a top. And then I'm not even looking below. I would look like this and I would say, well, okay, maybe it's topped in here. Oops, same kind of structure, something like that. And you could even just draw like this just to kind of connect it here. So you have this maybe bull market for XRP. And then this one's been a little weird sideways. And it's not real big structure, but it is fitting into something like that already, right? I just don't see that it's going to make another move up. It would be uncharacteristic of it to do that, especially when it's at resistance. like this. It just doesn't have a lot of momentum, you know. If it breaks up, yeah, it could have momentum and it could sneak out of this, right? It could do something like that potentially, but from a risk reward position, I would not want to do that. And let's look at something else. So let's look at the new addresses growth here and let's make it a little bit bigger so we can see it. Yeah, that'll work. Let's go 3. And we'll just analyze this kind of separately. So again, you're looking at this structure that's rising and then kind of dumps, right? So let's just take that same slope and let's see if it's similar. Yeah, it's kind of similar there. It's not exact, but what it's trying to show you is that it gets top heavy and then falls, right? So do we have a similar structure here? Maybe here. Maybe it's right here, right? I think it could be like that. And we'll grab this one for fun. We'll put it over here. So the slope, you can see the slope isn't as extreme as it was before, and it's already kind of dropped down, at least to 2017. So you probably don't expect this move to be the same. And we can just maybe even connect down here, which I probably wouldn't do that, but we can. Sure, we could do that. So maybe, it's, and the other thing is you're looking at here is you have this kind of like double top. Okay, and so you have that same structure here, like this, right? So there's a lot of downside risk here. The other thing you can do is let's just grab these bottoms of this here, and we'll just kind of carry them over, um, something like this, right? So yeah, it doesn't seem unreasonable that XRP would fall down into this range. Uh, does it happen tomorrow? I don't know. This is on the weekly, so it could already have started, and maybe this fees is showing you that it's doing that already. So maybe XRP does something like this, so the fees would drop down to $300 a day or whatever that is. And then new address. This is a ratio of new addresses to Bitcoin new addresses, right? And we could actually just look at new addresses here. And of course, this data can be fake too, right? So if some XRP, if Ripple or whoever, if they decide to watch this stream or go look at this data, they can manipulate it, right? So the fees on XRP are nothing, so they could easily just fake transactions. So take it with a grain of salt, don't read too much into this data. If it goes the other way, what I'm saying is like, they're likely not going to fake the data going down. Okay. But if the data goes up, it could be fake. Yeah. So even seeing the new addresses here, it's the same kind of structure. And you're at 4,000 new addresses, guys. Like that's nothing. Like yeah, that's, I mean, this thing hasn't done anything special. Really? Okay. It's been in a range of 4,000. Okay, maybe up here. Yeah, 800 new addresses. That's like 800 new people setting up a wallet per day. Litecoin and Bitcoin are into the hundreds of thousands. So it's not special. It's not unique. This could be the top. Could be close to the top. Could be the top. Just be careful out there. Okay, so let's take off this and turn off that, and then we're just going to look at the USD price structure for XRP. Just stand alone. And let's close these things here. And let's look at like, I don't know, a 3-month. Yeah, 3-month. 3 months. Let's kill this stuff here. So the 3-month, what we'll do is let's just connect yeah, here we go. Okay, so a lot of times when you do technical analysis, if you draw a trend line where it results in a breakout where there's a big candle, that likely shows you that it was in fact a really good spot, like where potentially other traders were at who entered the market. So what probably happened is this candle got right here, the traders saw it and then pushed it up, right? So it's been, this is 3 months, so this is another 3 months and another 3 months and another 3 months. So this is a year, is that right? Yeah, this would be a year or so into here, a little less than a year, but up to a year because this will close in October. Yeah, so there's a year. So it's basically been in a year sideways, which is pretty impressive that it hasn't really dumped. Uh, so that's kind of good, but basically the bulls and the bears are fighting it out right here. And if looking at the network data, I would tend to believe that it goes sideways or down, not necessarily up. And so that's kind of like my base case is that XRP is kind of range bound. Maybe it peaks up into here, pops up into there for a little bit. Q4, I don't know. And then I think it's done. But likely it's probably already done. It just does something like this. So yeah, in this structure, you could just, if we just connect to the candles here, you still have a potential for this thing to come back down into this. That can happen, right? Easily. And then if that happens, and if that doesn't hold, then it gets out of here. Then you got trouble because now you're going back to potentially where you were at. This is something catastrophic for those guys, but just showing you what could happen. I don't think it happens, but it's potential. If it doesn't break out, I'd watch for that. So that would be back down into like the 0.6, 0.7. And maybe you get a bounce there. You probably do get a bounce there if that happens. And then it makes another run for it. Like 20, 28.
What would all the XRP bros say in that scenario?
I don't know. They're going to be gone, so they're going to leave. That's the problem. They're going to leave, and then so if they leave, it's probably this. Like they're gone, And then if you get Litecoin rotating, if you get Litecoin mooning right here, you're going to get This isn't Litecoin. This is just showing what happens. If Litecoin, if we add LTC on here, USD, we add that on here, we compare those two, something like this. Oh, look at this thing, dude. That thing's a beauty, dude. Like, why would you even? Oh man, let's just put some candles on that, dude. Okay, let's put candles here. Colorblind, so I just go yellow. Usually, I don't care about bearish candles necessarily. So there, yeah, okay. And we've looked at so here. Okay, so the XRP traders, clearly this was a breakout candle. We saw that happen. Litecoin hasn't had that yet, and we know that is true because we just haven't seen it. So it's still stuck. So the question is, where is it stuck at? This actually is probably where it's stuck at, if I had to guess. I think this is the line. And he's kind of already cleared it. So maybe that's not really, honestly, that's probably not it. It's probably here. Yeah, it's probably this is the line, which is like 142. So if it breaks 142, 150, then it's probably off to the races. Just because these wicks have came up into there and then it never broke out. So that's not the spot. And the other thing is maybe you draw a diagonal here, maybe something like that too. We're gonna find out though where that is. Honestly, the biggest candle is probably going to be up here. It's probably going to be somewhere in here when this breaks out. This little structure well, it's still a pretty big structure. I mean, it's a 2 year, 3 year structure, and then goes vertical to up into this range. And then the real candle is going to load. Then the real candle will load, right? So that's where you're going to get something that's, because this is where people are going to enter into here, into the 400s, the 500s probably. as this thing grows. And if you have this going on while XRP is stuck here, this is going to dump. Like liquidity is going to leave XRP. It's like $150 billion in little Litecoins, 8, 9, 10, 20 billion. And it's rising, and you're looking at your portfolio going, oh man, when do I get out of XRP? Like I'm already in profit, I'm losing profit, not rolling into something else. And this thing just builds. And then you get something like this candle, but I think it's going to be much bigger. It's just a better setup. Um, and the other thing is that XRP in 21, didn't perform very well either. I mean, they both had good runs in 17. That's probably likely why. But Litecoin actually performed better in 21. And hence that structure is a little bit different, right? So these guys got kind of cleared out here through this. These guys haven't got cleared out yet. So this could be much bigger. So I think that big candle is going to load right in here. Should. If that's really the breakout point for this. And XRP could have that same kind of thing. Yeah, it could break out here too. It's possible. It is possible.
Yep.
But it hasn't yet. Yeah, you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, did we get booted or what? 12 hours?
Wait, did it just turn off?
I don't know. Somebody said that. Oh, it did. Yeah, it's off.
My server shut down randomly.
Well, it says it was at 12 hours. It hit 12 hours.
I think it's been going
It
for
says,
more than 12. Like 24. My first one
well,
went for 54. I don't know why it randomly shut down my server. Like I just logged
well,
in.
well, I know, but I'm in there right now, and it says minus 11, 59, 20. So yeah, no, it's exact. No, it's exactly 12 hours,
They
dude.
just keep, yeah,
Click on it.
they just keep 12 hours previous and delete. Like as it goes, it's always
Yeah.
11:59.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I got
Yeah,
you. Yeah.
because I think I started this one
Well, that doesn't matter.
48 hours ago. Yeah. Let me,
Okay.
I'll just start it up again. It's still streaming on my OBS side, but I'm running everything through this IRL.run server, so I don't have to stop and start the
Oh, okay.
stream. And sometimes it randomly just shuts off, and I don't know why. This happened twice now. And it takes like 2 minutes. I clicked this a minute ago to start the server. Okay. It's working now. Should be
Yeah, I
on.
realized you can't hear me because I walked out. I thought you could hear me on my headset, but you couldn't hear me.
Oh no. Oh yeah, because I changed the recording device through the...
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Alright, now this YouTube Live still thinks my old stream is running.
Oh, does it?
And now my server is shutting down. This is so weird. I didn't click anything.
Oh, somebody's watching the XRP.
Yep, they said shut it down.
Oh, dude, you know what you should do? Is we should do an XRP video on YouTube.
I should make, yeah, we should make some XRP, just like so outrageous to kind of
Yeah,
mock.
yeah. Put some kind of title, XRP something, and then we'll get some followers.
Yeah, XRP to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I should just make a recording of why it's impossible for it to rally
Yeah.
to And make a recording
Yeah, you
and
should.
detail how much they have in their marketing budget and
Yeah.
how they're funding this.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I mean, most people don't know, it's not their fault. I mean, the people that I know, they don't know anything. They're just watching a YouTube video and they've got some kind of price reinforcement from it.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of news around it, so it's not their fault. Like I mean, they're good people. They're just, the people that I know, they just don't know much. They don't know anything about the technical stuff at all, dude. They don't know the difference between Bitcoin or XRP. Like, there's no difference to them.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, it's working again. The stream is online.
Okay. Um, I gotta find it probably.
I think it's a different link.
Am I still in the Ninja, or do I have to do something different?
No, you're still in it.
Okay. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yo,
Are
what's
people back?
up? Dude, Warren. You got to get Warren on your show, dude.
I should. Warren, you should come
This
on.
guy, yeah, Warren is he's like Master 2.0, right?
Yeah. I
Warren, are you around? For sure. Well, he's got a high intensity, dude. I don't know how long you've been in Litecoin or on social media, uh, but it's been impressive. I think you're from Europe somewhere, maybe Italy. I don't really know. Where are you from, Warren? The area, I guess. You don't got to be too specific. Mexico. Oh man, I thought you were from Europe. Spain. Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, he seems like he's from Spain. That's awesome. Have you seen his account, Jamal?
in Warren's account?
Yeah,
Yeah, I've checked it out.
he's. I mean, there's not like a, I would say like a lot of technical substance there. I'm not trying to be mean, more. It's not what I've seen, but you got your memeing ability though is pretty intense, and he's really into. Yeah,
Trading
he's
on
into
XRP.
what's the meme? Looks Lester. Yeah, he makes a lot of Lester stuff.
Hell yeah. Keep going, Warren.
We're Yeah, I there's a so we started a Litecoin meme community on X. So if you guys want to create memes, anyone who speaks Spanish is a Mexican. Yeah. Uh yeah. So we started a Litecoin meme community on X if you want to join it, and anybody can join it. It's open. And the way it works is if you want to make a post, you just tag it as the Litecoin community. The thing about these communities on X is everyone sees them. It's just a way to tag a specific. So if someone wants to go in the community, they can see all the ones that are under there. It's a way to group them, but anyone can comment on it. Um, Not everyone can just like technically everyone can join the group and can post under the group, but yeah. So it's a good way to it's the better way instead of using a hashtag. We used to use the Litecoin hashtag, Litecoin memes or Litecoin meme, but now we're using the Litecoin meme community on X. So if you're not in there, you should. Oh, I could probably show it to you. How about that? Shit, I forgot my screen was running. I don't know if I should show X. Maybe I should show that. I should probably move it over here first. Let me see what's in there. Yeah, that's probably fine. I think that's fine. Okay. All right. So I'm in X. And where are the communities at? Right here. Okay, so we're looking at communities, and you can go under Litecoin memes. So if you're not in the Litecoin meme community, why don't you join the Litecoin meme community? And let's look at the last memes. Of course, Warren's in here. I don't even know what this is saying. I don't think I watched it, but yeah, XRP shitter. Yeah, I don't know. I don't understand half of his memes, but they're pretty good, I guess. So looks like I memed something earlier about Ben Cowan. I didn't think this was the best meme. I think this one was actually better. So I was like, yeah, I'm watching the dominance chart, and then Ben's like, you're watching Bitcoin dominance, right? Right? Yeah, Ben, that's what I'm watching. Um, let's see what else we got in here. Yeah, so you're gonna see Warren's account. He had a this video is pretty fire. I don't know how you created this, Warren. It was pretty cool. I don't know if it's coming through. Is this coming through for you guys? Can you guys hear sound or not?
I think so. I can
Oh,
hear
you can
you.
hear it. Okay. Yeah, you can hear it. I don't know if you ever looked at any of this stuff,
But I can't
Jamal,
see
but it's pretty
your.
funny.
I can't. Like, your screen is only showing the chart still.
Oh, really?
I don't know why that is.
Oh, oh, you can't see my X page?
No. Sorry, I should have told you.
Oh, no, I think you can. I can see it.
Oh, never mind, never mind, never mind. My thing got paused. Okay, I can see it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, he Warren made another. I don't think I even saw this one. So typical Solana modus operandi, average retail getting rugged. Yeah, I don't know if you guys saw this. I kind of thought this was this guy's kid, but because he gave him the marker, you know? I don't know. Maybe it wasn't his kid. Anyways, I thought this was pretty good. Luxfolio had looks like they memed something here. So you had Sailor, right, from The Shining. I'm sure most of you are familiar with this movie. Um, you do not sell your Bitcoin. Like I when I see this, I'd look out. I'd look out, man. I don't know. And he actually shared this is something that I believe Sailor shared this. And Luxfolio, they memed this here. The Shining, here comes Litecoin, or here's Litecoin. I thought that was good. Another one here, Bitcoin. Um, oh, this one's good right here. This is kind of what Jamal's been talking about. Ian. And I shouldn't use your real name, Jamal. Sorry, Eng.
No worries.
Yeah, Eng.
What was I
So,
talking about?
uh, oh, I was just showing this meme.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I think it's applicable to what you've been saying about comparing Bitcoin, Litecoin to different cities. And Sailor, for example, says Bitcoin is Manhattan in cyberspace. And then you live there, right? And he's like, oh, Sailor lives in Miami Beach. So it's pretty funny. What else do we got here? Um, yeah, you see Warren, man. Warren's got so many different memes. He's killing it. It's just Warren, babe. Oh, here we go. This is another account that I really like is Minimillion, D Minimillion. This account's somebody I follow, and I look at a lot of stuff that he does. Like, check out this chart he's got here. So, have you seen this one before, Jamal?
Let me see. Uh, I was on the stream page instead of my OBS, so it's a little bit behind.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I noticed it is. There's a pretty big lag.
Oh yeah, I think I
Wish we could fix that.
I have
You
I
first
have
saw this
seen.
chart or made this chart? Mhm.
What all is it showing? Miner reserves, price, and network activity.
Yeah. Yes, the network value models.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think originally posted this idea. He's kept it alive though.
Yeah. Yeah, he has. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and unfortunately, we can't show the minor reserves anymore because that the into the block data source was delisted. They got bought out by an institution, and they're no longer giving that data anymore to TradingView. But it shows that potential divergence there, not only from miners, right? And this kind of hard to tell in the red, but very similar uh, change of direction structure into the 17, and it happened before, right? So it actually happened before price lifted off here. Yeah, it looks like he even wrote looks like 2017. So, and then price obviously just going sideways. Yeah. And then this just kind of shows where the network has been before. You can tell like in 2013 cycle that price and has been around network value model was right in the middle of it, leading up to the 2017 cycle, and then really started diverging in 21 through 25. And this is where we think that you're going to have rapid, heavy repricing. And these are some big numbers. These are big numbers, guys. 13,000, 15,000, and then if this continues up, 30,000, 60,000. I mean, it's tens of thousands potential here. So
Yep.
yeah, you want to join the meme community? It's pretty cool. Yeah. So that's it on that, Jamal. You want to talk about
Oh,
something else?
sweet.
But
Yeah, I think we covered most of it. I was on for about 30 minutes, 45 minutes before you came. And
okay,
yeah, I think we're good. I appreciate you coming on here as always.
right on. It's 11
It was
o'clock, so
fun.
good time to get off.
Yeah, perfect. Right at 11. Sorry for the stream cutting out. I don't know what happens. Sometimes my server just randomly shuts off. So apologies,
Yeah.
guys. We'll keep the stream going. I was gonna release the first part of this project. So if you guys want to stick around,
Tell us
I'll be
about it.
here.
What is it?
Well, this whole project, there's multiple reasons why I started it. Um, I felt like one, this community wasn't resonating beyond its own internal kind of echo chamber. Like we're all here. It's the same people that have been here for so long. Um, so I was thinking about how to uh, breach across the echo chamber so that outside of it, so that like the masses that might not even be involved in crypto might find it compelling. They might not understand anything, but if you can communicate in a way that emotionally resonates, then um, we can eventually kind of put an end to the false narrative. So it's part of the reason. I also think that there's going to be a moment of opportunity when Bitcoin dominance finally rolls over and when Litecoin breaks out that we'll have the spotlight, at least for a small amount of time. And I think within that narrow window, if we can deliver the message correctly, one that's intellectually sound and like bulletproof logic supported by all the data that confirms the thesis to be true around the rise of the second Bitcoin. Simultaneously, like a lot of people aren't going to understand that. I've spent years, basically since 2017, trying to explain this. And but I know people. There's a potential for people to feel it, right? There's broader themes that we can isolate and focus on that can resonate beyond the, native crypto technical people, right? Beyond charts, beyond technical understanding about how Bitcoin works. Um,
Yeah.
so the goal is to deliver a complete package, one that emotionally resonates and intellectually is sound. Um, and so the best way to do that for me was just to, and I was reluctant to do it. I wrote that book like I had shared with you before, and I'm like, nobody's going to actually read this. In a mania, if that's coming, people are going to want real-time
Yeah.
information. Like,
The
well,
book can come later.
yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
it can come after, and I'm basically done with it. So I
After,
decided to
yeah.
basically
Yeah.
turn my ideas into this project that with this 24/7 live stream. So we'll keep the
Mhm.
chart streams, keep the technical analysis, keep the fundamental analysis, but we're adding the story arc
Story
and
arc, yeah.
memes that can touch on these broader themes that have happened in every crypto rally. Um, every major like 100x move, right? Like think about GME. It was more of an individual versus institution theme. Like people didn't understand what
Yeah.
Roaring Kitty was saying, right? With this, he had like 50 viewers or a few hundred views for his live streams at first, explaining the short squeeze potential, but nobody really cared. He tapped into like this broader emotional realm that really drove that momentum. Same with Bitcoin early on,
Yeah,
right? It was
you're
like
right. Yeah.
individuals versus like governments was very libertarian at first.
Fiat, yeah.
Yeah, it was
Hmm.
like the state versus this new.
Against the state. Yeah.
And then ETH had the same thing. It had this cultural resonance, like, oh, this is Web 3.0 or a world computer, right? Most all of
Yeah.
these major,
Programmable money.
yeah,
Yeah.
all of these major rallies had this broader cultural resonance. And so that's the idea with this project. It will start slow, and I know that, and people won't understand what I'm actually trying to do for multiple weeks, and it's possible it doesn't work. I was reluctant to like share my personal story, but I think it's important, at least as I go through this, to explain like how I came to this understanding, like all the things that led me to this point. So that's what I'm gonna do with a combination of these content releases and IRL streams. So I'll be going to the places in New York City, Manhattan that represent um, these broader themes. Like I'll go down to Wall Street, go to the Federal Reserve Bank. I'll explain exactly how my interpretation of how this monetary system developed, what the actual point of Bitcoin
Yeah.
is, what is challenging. Like I don't want to explain too much, but that's the idea is to make it intellectually sound,
Okay.
compelling for those types of people, and then potentially for broader people, broader culture to understand, right? There's this, I think,
Yeah.
I do think the broader population is like slowly getting tired of the suits promoting Bitcoin. And I think there's a David versus
Oh, yeah.
Goliath type story that people can
Yeah.
um, support, and they will do that with buying the coin. Uh,
Hmm.
so that's the idea. Everyone's complained about Litecoin having bad marketing. I know that my idea will get mocked and like I've lost a lot of Litecoin subscribers, but actually, even though it's only been 48 hours since I uploaded like individual tracks and animations, like I'm getting comments from like
Yeah.
Portuguese people, and some of these are getting pushed by the algorithm now, like surprisingly. Uh, so I'm just gonna stick
That's
with it,
awesome, man.
and we'll
Yeah.
see how it goes.
Cool. So that's awesome, man. Thanks for sharing all that. So you're gonna play for something for us?
Yeah, this one will this will be it's called Origins. It's the very beginning.
Origins,
I put
okay.
the individual
Oh, right
tracks
on.
up. Some of them did well. Like caught. I didn't think they'd get any views because I didn't announce it on X. I didn't want to promote it. I wanted to test the algorithm, see if it actually get
See, okay.
recommended and see like watch time. Um,
Uh,
but yeah, it's not going to make sense until like 4, 5, 6 weeks. So just bear that in mind. But I think there's an arc, like story arc, worth staying around for.
hmm. Are you going to do a walkthrough of New York City tonight? Do you know?
I'm still thinking about it. Last time didn't go so great, but I want to be consistent and just be there even if nobody's watching. So I
Yeah.
think I think I will after I'm done with this here. So yeah, if you guys want to stick around for IRL, I have a bunch of IRL segments planned, but I don't get into those until next week. This first week's been a test of
Yeah.
how it works, but I think we're moving in the right direction for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. You have 20 people in here now, so
Oh
I'm not sure the
nice.
highest you've had so far, but
Well, I know
right
search interest
around
for
this.
Litecoin's down, but yeah, it's. I mean, when I came back, it was like 40 people on the initial launch because I'd been like gone for so long. It's kind of
Yeah.
like when you got banned from X and
Yeah.
you came back
Damn.
and you see this resurgence
Yeah, I
and
had one tweet and I got a huge resurgence that day. Yeah. Now it's kind of died off, you know. It wore off.
yeah, commenting under the like any interaction or engagement with any of the videos that I've uploaded helps a lot with
Hmm.
the YouTube algorithm. So
Oh,
like
does it?
likes or comments
Okay. Oh, I
help
always forget the
a
like.
ton.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you like the stream, like the content, I think the algorithm tracked
Does
that in the
the
beginning.
does the chatting, like us sitting in this chat and typing, does that actually help, do you think? Or is it
It does.
not?
It tracks live chat as well. So it does help push
Is
the
there
stream.
two
Any
is there two
interaction.
kinds of chat? Is there a live chat and like a non-live chat too? Or
Well,
is it
there's
just
no, there's a live chat, and then you can just
live
comment on
chat?
my page. I can see it.
Oh, come on the page. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, DeFlanders is on there. I only popped into your YouTube and saw there was a live stream. Oh, what's up, man?
It's awesome. The
Let's
Flanders has
see.
been here for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. You all not forgetting to like and subscribe. Oh, okay, yeah, let's do it. I'm subscribed and I got my notification turned on, all, and then I never use the like function in here, but I like this one today, so I'm alive. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta pay for the premium. I'm not paying for that right now. And I get these ads. Oh, I was gonna tell you, you can tell the ads come at the right time. Like if you're in your IRL streams and like if you interact with somebody, that's when you'll get an ad. It's kind of interesting.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah.
it knows when to throw you an ad. Like right when you're about to watch something, it throws you an ad.
Yeah, it's annoying, but it's the only way
Well,
YouTube
I just
creators
gotta
make
pay
money.
for it. Yeah,
Yeah.
you need to do that.
Um.
I hate ads anyway, so thanks for reminding. Yeah. Channel just to see Litecoin.
I know a lot of people got annoyed by all those uploads. I hope everyone doesn't get. I wish I could turn notifications off because I was just trying to
I do,
upload these
Warren. Yeah.
individually and put them in playlists.
I
Um.
it doesn't bother me, man. I don't even really look at notifications, but I mean, I look on my phone and then I notice I got some, but I don't ever see them. I don't know if I have them turned off. I have to like pull down on it to see them. Yeah, then I can see all my notifications, but they don't hit my phone though. It's weird. They do, but I don't see them on the main screen. I must
I
have them
see.
turned off. You can see those just.
Um. Cool. Thanks, Master, for the help. Uh. Let's do
Sweet.
this.
Okay.
Oh, also, I don't know if all the content should be on Apple Music. So if you guys go there or
Oh
Spotify,
yeah, that was really cool. I checked that out today. I didn't check out Spotify yet, but is it on Spotify now?
I'm just checking now.
Spotify. Okay, I'll
It
look too.
doesn't have everything up.
Spotify. It has something though.
It's something. I don't know why it takes a while.
Okay. Earned,
Because it says I can't even claim my profile yet. It says it doesn't exist.
not gifted. Gifted. TED. Oh, yeah, I see you on here now, dude.
Oh,
At least I
sweet.
see your albums. I see Origins. I see Orange Cat. Will This Go Viral? Stakes. Not Like Them. A bunch of songs.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
here we
weird.
go.
It's not or
Artists. Earned.
what it shows me.
Yeah, so I see you, but yeah, but there's no profile pic.
Okay.
And then
Yeah, I was trying to claim the
I click on
profile.
your page.
It's kind of
Yeah, no,
glitched out.
it shows three albums and one EP, one song, looks like. Yeah. So
Okay.
you have a new follower added to your library. Okay, cool. Oh, you have a radio station or something? What does that mean?
I don't
It's
even
not
know.
available right now. Maybe it just goes through and plays all your albums or something. Some
Probably.
kind of random thing.
Shuffle.
Yeah, yeah,
Alright.
shuffle exactly. Okay, cool.
Cool, guys.
What?
Thanks for hanging out. Um, the Apple Music should just be earned, not gifted.
Yeah, I found that one too. I guess you sent me the link and I found it that way, but let's see, music. Apple Music.
Yeah, I could comment on popular crypto videos, MK. Might do that a little bit, or post it on random Reddits.
Oh, what are they saying to do?
Like, comment on popular crypto videos.
Oh, so you just would you? Oh, you probably wouldn't have to show your face though, right? But you're just saying, watch another popular video and then comment on it.
Like, promote my stuff in the comments, I guess.
Oh, try commenting on popular crypto videos that way. Yeah, try that, MK. Send them over here.
Yeah, we just need price to break out, and then I need a few weeks for this to develop. Once people realize it's like a connected thing, interest should
Yeah.
pick up.
Mhm. Yep. We're close. ETF
So
probably
close.
push us over the limit here. So
Yep. Last correction.
I think so. Sure looks like it. Sure does.
Oh, actually, I think that does
Yeah.
work well. I saw one guy grow his account by just commenting on popular TA accounts on X, and he went from like 1K to 30K followers by doing that. He was pretty.
What does he do?
He just posts his analysis underneath the
Oh yeah.
popular
Okay.
accounts,
I
or
see.
reiterates what he
Yeah.
was trying to say.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's a good strategy.
Yeah, I noticed when I was active on X more often that was like the best way to break out of.
Yeah. Well, the algorithm now it serves up replies. It's this way it serves it up. You can see it. So yeah.
Yeah. Um, but my impressions are up. Like, total impressions are at all-time highs. For yesterday, is at 107,000. My previous impressions on YouTube max in December was like 1,700.
Oh,
So it's
oh
up like
wow.
100x.
In in December of
Of
24.
Yeah, when price was going up, the impressions now,
Yeah.
even though price is not up, just because of what I put on there, went up
Yeah.
100x past the peak.
Oh my gosh, dude. Wow. That's a good signal.
Yeah, and people are actually watching it through. So we just
Mm-hmm.
need we just need a price
That's
breakout.
awesome. Yeah.
We'll get there. All right, guys.
Yes, we
Should we
will.
start this?
Yeah, sure.
Or did you want to share anything else?
I don't know. Is there anything you want to look at?
I don't really know what there is to look at. Nothing's, unless there's something I'm not
Yeah,
thinking
nothing
of.
really much changed. Um, not, I was looking at XLM USD, which is similar. I mean, obviously it's been tracking similar to XRP. And I was just trying to see if there was any kind of signal there. And what I noticed is this. And XLM is kind of like a derivative. Not, I guess I'm not a derivative, but it's a clone essentially of XRP. And it never made a higher high, So you could almost think of maybe this is bearish divergence for XRP too, that it couldn't do it. Because it's been kind of tracking, like this thing's just tracking XRP, I think. Um, in 21, it did actually kind of come up here and sweep the highs better than XRP did. So its structure was a little bit different, but uh, it's right up here. So if we were just to look at Litecoin, where'd Litecoin go? Oh, I turned it off. Okay. Let's see, USD. Coinbase is fine. Then we'll go here. And I'm just trying to make the case that I think that you're likely going to see Litecoin do that same move soon, and likely probably in the next month or less. And that would make sense, especially if the ETF got approved. But so yeah, it's kind of a similar triangle here. So this, if we were to go back to here and say Litecoin was there, and kind of similar here, this move could have been where it would have broken out right here, but it just got stunted. You can see that it's very close to that, right? So if we go like this, I know you guys can see it, but we'll go like that, and then we'll turn this off and add a little line there, a box around it or something here. Yeah, box. So you can kind of see that even to get up into here, it hasn't really gotten up into there yet. And maybe this comes down, or maybe this comes down all the way. It's possible too, right? Like that. But Litecoin just it's not likely that it does it again. It's possible, but that's pretty extreme that it would do that. And it could, of course. But I think it's more likely that you're going to break out here due to the ETF approvals. So we know that's coming, and there should be some inflows, even a little bit of inflows. The other thing is that Litecoin likely will get the approval first before XRP and Solana. It should be by a couple of weeks, so probably at least 2 weeks. That Litecoin will be the only one that got approved, and this thing would just go vertical into at least 400. And then once it's there, we'll talk about what happens next. But I kept seeing this and thinking, and even if if XLM were to stay up here, and maybe it does bounce down a little bit, or maybe it just rebounds and gets up into here. Maybe these do break out a little bit. Maybe XLM really hasn't broken out, and it's probably wouldn't do exactly that, but I don't think it does this. But I'm just saying, like from a technical analysis perspective, maybe this really wasn't the breakout for XLM, and it does kind of sneak up into here too. Something to think about, but either way, from a risk to reward, I think that XLM maybe has a little bit of downside, if not further, and Litecoin's been in accumulation. It hasn't really broken out of this range yet, so um, this spot right, really just anywhere in here. I mean, look at this thing. Anywhere in here is just fantastic accumulation range. And you're almost back to it again. And then we looked at that earlier, and you can kind of see that just naturally with your eye that this has been kind of a support and resistance area. So if you're trading this and you're looking to get filled, you're going to try to get in this area right here, or even down into here. But it's more like you would set your positions. I mean, I would put them right in here, but you could, if it drops down here, this is when you start really just scaling in. especially if you got this kind of uptrend. So you're almost there now. I mean, honestly, if you look at it,
Yeah.
and this is a line, it's not candles, but you still kind of get the general idea that, yeah. So a lot of times people have stop losses. They'll put them like right in here. So if you could catch it right in here, that'd be great because a lot of times it'll bounce back up. That's where I put my stop loss, or even or stop losses will live in here too. And then this thing will accelerate up potentially, and then the same thing. That's why you're gonna get a big. That's why you can get a huge candle here because they'll have um, people stopping out here, or they'll enter because of the breakout. So yeah,
Yep.
fun times ahead, man. It's coming. 30 days.
Yeah, which is not a long wait considering how long it's been.
Yeah. Yep. And we got a lot of excitement from some big accounts recently, like all the XRP people. Dude, the Litecoin account got over 500,000 views on that XRP troll, dude. And then Ben Cowan, he's got 1 million followers, was interactive with my account today. So that's all bullish, dude. Some people will see it and be like, what the.
Hmm.
So
Hopefully.
yeah, all eyeballs are good, dude. Yeah.
True.
When you have something like Litecoin. So.
Alright, sweet. Well, I'm thinking about where I'm gonna RL stream. It's 11:30.
Cool. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm here for whatever you want to do. That's what you're going to do.
Alright. Well, yeah, I'll probably hopefully we see that move reversal right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good spot for it. Yeah. And a lot of times, there's been this. I haven't really like checked the charts exactly, but it just seems like into the beginning of the month through the 5th or 6th, that we've kind of had these dumps. It was all last year. I noticed it. So
Yeah. Soon. Master, you still there?
yeah, I'm still here.
Oh,
Yep.
okay. Yeah, I'll probably
Mm-hmm.
transition to this now unless you want to keep hanging out, and then if I think of a good idea, I'll do an IRL stream.
Oh yeah, whatever. You don't need to. I didn't know if you were going to continue doing those midnight ones or whatever, or 2 a.m. See if you can get beat up.
Yeah, if I have the energy, I will. I don't think it's too dangerous. Maybe once a week I
Oh
do
no, I don't
3
think it's
a.m.
too dangerous either. Yeah.
The
I
guy
don't think
last
you have a
night.
punchable face either, right? So
Well, I don't know. Some people are just so.
you don't seem like a dick.
Well, I'm not. I'm generally not, but
Yeah,
some guys don't
not
care.
threatening,
They're like,
a dick. Some don't, yeah, and they want to snatch your camera.
exactly. So we'll see. Maybe not tonight, but tomorrow,
Hmm.
Sunday night.
There is a
Moderate.
pattern right here. I just noticed. You see that?
Hold on.
This move.
Oh,
Can you see this right here?
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. It's I don't think I noticed that. It's the same. Like this is very similar. It's the same. Like look at that.
Mhm.
So I mean this one this one was a little it had like a second move to it, you know. I mean maybe you see something like this. Maybe it's right here actually, something like that. And that would kind of put you into the ETF approval. So yeah,
Yeah,
this could
it's
be
really interesting. Nobody's really talking about that anymore. I wonder what the
yeah,
inflows will look like.
even the Nate, his name is Nate. You seen him, the ETF guy? He's posted positively about Litecoin. He posted today, like Nate Gorell or something. He posted that he thinks that the Sol and XRP ETFs are everyone's underestimated the inflows. And I commented like I was a little rude, but I was like, yeah, well, you know what's underestimating? It's even in you didn't even post about it. That's how underestimating people are. And it's the first one to get approved, buddy. I mean, I like Nate, um, but I'm just saying I was giving him a hard time. And he liked my comment. So, you know, I think that there's people that are watching Litecoin, and it's going to surprise people. Yeah.
Yep. 100%. Thanks for the comment, MK. Saw that on the video. On the video. That does help a lot. There's like 5 comments on each video, and
Oh, is there? Or if there
if
is, what you're
if
saying?
there
Yeah.
is, yeah, it. I think it just tracks total number of engagements, whether it's a like or a comment. Maybe it weights comments
Let me let
differently.
me uh let me run Eric real quick. Eric wants to see like what the lowest would be. This is really hard to predict, Eric, but I don't think you're really going to care too much what what I think Litecoin is probably still gonna be mooning January, February, but I think it's gonna look something like this. And of course, these are really hard to predict because it is something of this magnitude. It's really difficult, and how much of a mania I think is set up for Litecoin. I mean, you even have Jamal going live in New York City, right, with what he's building. So this can get crazy, and if it goes back to historic norms where it's been before, um, these are big numbers, and this is something that it's not made up. I'm not just picking these numbers like XRP people. There's historical precedents that has shown that Litecoin has been in this range before, so it's not hard to see that happening today. And the reason for that is you just could look at it, and it's even more bullish now, but earlier it's kind of hung around it here, right? And then really just lived there for a long time there. And then during the first phase up, the first leg up was right into it. And it gets a little extreme when it kind of blows off, kind of goes up kind of high, but still it's really right into this, right into the blue. Even in the halving in 2019, it was still up in there. You see this here. And then you start getting this divergence here from the network value where it's been before. This is a lot of time. This isn't this isn't really unreasonable. I mean, this is I mean, how many years is that? I don't even know. Yeah, like 5, 6 years at least. And it actually goes back further than that. We better do that because I think it's important to see that this isn't really that unrealistic. Yeah. So yeah, yeah, exactly. So this is again, you see the divergence here. Um, and then that closes, right? So this gap closes pretty quickly and it shoots right up into it, right? And kind of carried into there a little bit underneath of it. but still, and then really kind of floated along it here, and here, even here. And then, like we said, it just kind of diverged a little bit here. And let's go like this. Oops, thought I had that line going. You kind of see it again here. So you have this large gap, right? And I would think this is your opportunity here as an investment. And if we were to look at Dogecoin, USD, Binance here, let's go over to log. Let's take a look at these two. And we'll make this white so we can see a little bit better. And we'll add the same model for Doge on here. And we'll do puts. Oops, that's not it. It's this one. And we'll do, I've been doing active addresses because it works. It's the same as this one, data we have. And let's make it blue so it's the same. Blue, boom. Okay. Now realize this is a very similar, this is the same model. This is the same model. This is active addresses against Bitcoin active addresses. I'm not sure the proper term, but using Bitcoin's price. And comparing the tokenomics of the two. So it's like the supply ratio of Bitcoin versus supply ratio of Dogecoin. And you get this nice line. And you have this opportunity here. They kind of get close here. And then again, opportunity. And then it shoots right up into it. Okay. And now it's kind of like living up into there. It's a little underneath of it, but it's pretty close. Okay. And what kind of jumps out to me is that while Litecoin was really close to the model, Dogecoin was kind of separated. And then when Dogecoin got close to its model, Litecoin was separated. Now, is there anything that's related to these coins, these two chains? Yeah, they share the same mining ecosystem. So the miners, they both earn this same coin. It's almost like it's almost the same coin in a way. I mean, it's not, but you kind of get the idea. To them, they may not care. Um, I don't know why they diverge like that, or if it's just a cycle or whatever, or maybe if miners switched or sold Litecoin for Doge, or I'm not really sure, but there's definitely a cycle there potentially, and I think if this were to play out like this is what I think is going to happen, at least it's set up for it, would be this kind of move right here for Litecoin. Um, this move right here, right here. And this isn't like the best way to do it, but I just want to show that it would kind of keep in mind this is log chart and it's not the right way to scale stuff, but gives you an idea just so you can see it, kind of like the possibility. So, oh, let's do this first because let's do 1-to-1. Let's make it exactly like the scale would be here. Where is that? That's actually pretty big. So it'd be like right here, right? Something like this. Maybe, oh, here we go. I'll get it. Something like that. Yeah. Okay. So this is 1-to-1. It would go like this. Let's turn it down a little bit here so we could see underlying here. Actually, let's go like this. Make this go forward. Bring to front. Okay. Now, yeah, like this, or maybe like that. But the idea is you kind of get what this can do and how quick these things can move. Oops, not the right one. Let's go right here. So it would, it could look something like this. If it's just 1-to-1, straight 1-to-1, um, This is I don't even know what number that is, 21,000, right? So 21,000, and this thing plunges right into the network value model. Like, see it? See the model? Isn't that bring to front? Yeah. So this isn't crazy. This isn't crazy at all. Like, this is actually very plausible, and I think in fact likely. Um, Now the thing you'll notice is that, look here. Let's just draw this here. Look where Doge's network value model was. It's a lot lower. It's a lot lower. Litecoin's is up here, right? So in my mind, I actually think it's bigger. And Litecoin has more utility than Doge. It's not a meme necessarily. I mean, Doge isn't a meme either, but it's a meme, but it's also a real chain with really real potential utility, maybe down the road. It's a secure network, has all the kind of properties that Bitcoin and Litecoin does. So, and that means it's not like a Solana token or Ethereum token, is what I'm trying to say. It's not a Shiba. Shiba's garbage, right? At least Doge has some kind of value behind it, potentially. Um, in Litecoin, we can see with this, we looked at earlier, we looked at the median values on BitInfo charts. It was like 100 and something compared to Bitcoin, which is a little bit lower. And then looking at coin metrics, they're kind of similar. So Litecoin is being adopted as money. And so I think what I'm trying to say is basically I think the move can be much bigger for Litecoin than it was for Doge. And some people will say, well, there's just Elon that pumped Doge. Well, Elon was in pumping, talking about Doge like way before it pumped. Like you had so much time to get into it. And I had a small position into it based on the Doge BTC pair, but exited way too early. And I think that's what's going to happen with Litecoin. People are going to exit way too early, which is fine, I guess, for the next person who buys it. They can get some upside, which is totally cool, I guess, for you to do that. Um, so, short story, I think we actually can do some kind of like, and this isn't like some kind of scientific thing. It's just more eyeballing of kind of get an idea of what could happen. This is pretty extreme, but you can kind of see like get a similar idea of the network value model, because what you want to understand is that the network value model likely will rise in a move like this, right? So you expect it will go up, into here. And I don't think Litecoin's going to go to that high. It's possible. I don't think it's going to go that high, but we don't know what the future's going to hold. So, but the point is just it's not it's not set up for something tiny. Like it's not. It's not set up for 400. I mean, maybe it stops at 400. Like this isn't in financial advice. I don't know the future, but to me, it's more likely that everyone's offsides and this thing just rips up into even higher than 16,000. I think it doubles that. I really think we get into the 30,000s or higher. If everything that I think comes out, I think we're higher. Um, but you guys have to wait and see. That'll be the fun part. Um, but the Doge fractal gets you 21,000 just off a 1-to-1. So that was 21,000. And this isn't something that is just let's turn that off. This isn't something that's just unique to Doge either, right? You can do XRP USD, and then we can go to Binance, wherever that is. Yeah, Binance. And then we can add I think I have some kind of like XRP model on here. So some of keep in mind that XRP, some of the data, I don't trust it because it's centralized and they can make shit up. Like the transaction volumes, I think are bullshit. Um, but we can probably do active addresses. We've been doing active addresses for Litecoin and also for Dogecoin, so we'll do the same. I think I probably need to go in and update. No, that's good. Never mind. That's fine. Oh yeah, there you go. Okay, so this is good. Very really good. So this is, keep in mind, this is the active address network value model for XRP, and I think kind of tells a good story here that XRP was overvalued. you can see it here is overvalued based on this model. Oops, get us to go down here. So when I say overvalued, it would be this. This is overvalued. Again, overvalued up in here, overvalued. And I would say now it's kind of like, okay, yeah, look at that. I mean, isn't that unusual? Why is that right into that zone? Kind of strange. I mean, this is I don't know. I'm fascinated by this network's value model stuff. So there's something here, right? It's not exact science, but there's something here. Now, look what Doge did in 2017. Like this, it had two legs, right? Maybe we get two legs for Litecoin. It's totally possible. So maybe you get a leg that looks like this, and then another one looks like this, right? So boom and a boom. And maybe it looks like something like that, right? So this is why I want people to be prepared for a big ass number, especially when you have this really tight compression. I mean, this thing is just bound up, and it's really close to the end of it. I mean, it's like gnat's ass. Oh, okay, maybe it does go down to 104 or whatever, 103. Maybe it doesn't. This is when you start weighing your risk to reward. So yeah, okay, buy it here. Maybe it goes to 100. You're down, I don't know, what is that, 5-10%? But the reward, we're not talking, we, we aren't talking 1.4x for Bitcoin or maybe 2x for Ethereum. We're talking 100x, 300x, 400x. A narrative shift. Litecoin potentially surpassing Bitcoin. Like this is something that would be very powerful. I mean, if it made a similar move like XRP, just 1-to-1, it'd be like 7,000 Litecoin price. And that would happen. I mean, look at this. This would happen. Let's do this here. This is October 8th. You know what I mean? So give or take, like nothing's exactly, but it just gives you the potential. Like, so when I draw an arrow, I'm just drawing an arrow up and to the right. It's like it doesn't matter. It's not exact. It's just like this is the momentum. This would be the direction of the move, right? So just like drawing the arrow here, yeah, it's the same arrow. Did it happen? No. Is the opportunity still there? Absolutely. You want to just give up? Yeah, okay. Walk away, right? I mean, can you imagine walking away from this thing? There are people that are doing that. They're getting caught up with the little bounce, this little pop from Solana. They feel really good having it go 200. They're looking over at Litecoin laughing. Um, that's when you should be trading out of something like that, potentially. So it's set up, even if this were to bounce back down again. The other thing is people aren't realizing that there's a halving coming. Let's do on the weekly so we can really see it. Let's go like this. And so the Litecoin halving, so Litecoin has the same 4-year halvings that Bitcoin has. They're just offset by about 30 months, meaning Litecoin has them a little bit later. But the next one that's due for, let's see here, would be like, I think it's going to be July, maybe? Yeah, I think June, July will be the next halving, right? And historically, getting into the halving has been really good about a year before that. And so a year before July 27 is July 26. This is going to be kind of crazy, guys. This has been really one of the best times to get into Litecoin is a year before the halving. It's right here. So we could be set up for something that's, even if it doesn't happen right now, you're set up for something that could just get really big. Like I'm talking something like this, right? So I just want you guys to be aware of that. You're at 107 right now. So that's all I got.
All right, thanks. Thanks for sharing. That's great. I know we repeat ourselves a lot, but it's hard not to. I think the opportunity, if Bitcoin is as relevant as I think it will be into the long-term future for the actual reason it exists, then yeah, this is the opportunity to own Bitcoin at like 400 bucks practically.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. It'd be like a $400 Bitcoin. Yep. Yeah,
So
what do you think? What do you think of that? I mean, have you looked? Did you see that part where the XRP price like kind of matched up with the network value, the address model, active address model for Litecoin or for XRP? Isn't that crazy?
yeah, it is pretty crazy. I was just thinking that like Bitcoin at $400 or just slightly above was when I started paying attention to it. Like when it started
Yeah, I mean,
rallying and
yeah.
it was slightly higher, like 700 bucks. But like I remember
Hmm.
the sentiment. It wasn't as extremely crazy as the negative sentiment around Litecoin, but all my
Hmm.
parents and everyone else around me were telling me I was crazy. So
Yes.
I
Yes.
I
Yep.
feel like this is just way more extreme because the emergence of a second Bitcoin can happen so much faster, and we're already basically at late 2016 adoption levels of BTC or early 2017. But it can catch up or surpass where Bitcoin's at today in like a few months.
Yeah. Yeah, I
So
got into Bitcoin right here, and it was I got in. I read what I read was the Yahoo or whatever $1,000. It broke $1,000 again, and I was like, "What in the f?" Because I first heard about crypto. I mean, I heard about Bitcoin and Litecoin. I probably was in. I was trying to figure out exactly when it was, but it was just after I think Litecoin was probably created. So it may have been here or here. A guy at work was telling me about, older guy. He ended up retiring early. Um, and I remember going to like 300. I don't remember going to this. I don't think I paid attention to this at all. I remember it being 300. So maybe this is when I first heard about it. Yeah, probably. And then I just totally didn't see this. And then I wasn't paying attention to it. And then I read the article and was like, oh my gosh, I got to stop my life. And I bought just $5 of Ethereum, Bitcoin, and Litecoin on Coinbase. And I was I didn't know. I just thought like you could get hacked easily. So I went the whole paper wallet thing. Like right away, I went paper wallet. I was transacting it, sending like, $1,000 or whatever to these paper wallets. And that's when it clicked for me too. But yeah, you're right. So that was like $1,000. This is so okay. Let's do this because that's a really good example, dude. So BTC USD, let's divide it by let's just do would be like LTC supply just to do whatever it is now exactly, like kind of like that. Let's see what happens if that works. I think that'll work. Let's go here. Did that work? Uh, no. What did I do wrong here? Let's see. Oh, I need to have parentheses in there probably. Yeah, probably. And that should work. Let's do index here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So yeah, I guess around 400. You're right. Yeah. So it's yeah, like 381, dude. So we're still looking at Litecoin. Oh my gosh, dude. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, that's what you're saying, right? So we're like right here. Um, we're like right there.
yeah, except Litecoin's like can go vertical out of that kind of like Doge and XRP, and it's way longer than that Bitcoin consolidation. That was only like a year at the bottom. Litecoin's been 3 years sideways. But it is similar. Like it's
Yeah.
similar structure.
And that's how early. That's how. I mean, it's still really. So that means Bitcoin's market cap was 10 billion here, right? Is that what that means? Yeah, it would be, right? So if we just took BTC supply,
It was like 200 bucks around there, and
yes,
so it was equivalent of Litecoin at 50
there's
bucks,
10.
but it's very similar. Like Litecoin's been consolidated between 50 and 100 bucks forever, and Bitcoin was around
Uh-huh.
200 for a year. So it is similar.
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh wow, you're right, dude. Check this out. Yeah, we're like right here. So right now you're basically buying a 20 what 2014 to a 2016 Bitcoin is what you're buying right now, is what Litecoin is. Dang. What you're really getting, see, this is the value prop. You're really getting you're getting this. Like this is the potential that you got now for this thing. Crazy, dude. Yeah, like let's look at the master network value model. Yeah, so the model is, this model is printing 825 to 1 1130, right? So 1 trillion, yeah, 800 to 1 trillion is where it's printing right now for Litecoin. So, it's not unreasonable for it to get basically what happened to Litecoin is that it's missed a cycle. You can kind of tell. I mean, it really just fell out of the cycle. And so, I mean, if everything was priced correctly, it should be up into here, like even the last cycle. It should be around 100. Last cycle should have been around 100 or so, 90, maybe 73 to 100, 139. Where XRP is now, where it should be, where it should have been. We can just kind of play this out. I mean, look at this. Yeah, these same moves. I mean, they're this is Litecoin's network against Bitcoin's. So we can see that each of these markets it's trending up. So even if it were something, yeah, look at that. I mean, that's probably what we're going to do. Yeah, this is probably what we're going to do. And these things are going to compete. These two chains are going to compete. And that's not my base case that this thing goes up here. Maybe it does. That'd be really cool if Bitcoin ends up, pumping. And let's see. I mean, even if you were to, oh man, to me, it's like, I don't know. Just, maybe we do get a blow off. I mean, if gold continues up and if stock continue up, then yeah, there's a lot of capital that can rotate into this thing. And if we do get this final leg up, maybe it goes to five, doubles and goes to 5 trillion, then this thing's just gonna scream. I mean, even it could even be something like this, guys. Honestly, that's probably more likely. So maybe we do actually, maybe Bitcoin just goes side like up into the right. It gets up into 4 trillion. This is March of 26, so that's not very far away. Um, Something like that. So let's say it's sitting at 4 trillion. I mean, this thing's got just so much potential here, and it's going to break out of this. And then when it does, it's got um, just a lot of upside potential. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it's at least 786 billion to 1 trillion or even more. I mean, because a lot of times I think we're going to go back to this. I think we're going to something like this, where it's tight to this network value model. Like XRP's at it, Doge went hit it. So it's like this. It's like this. It's really hard to see and hard to imagine what can happen, but everyone talking about Litecoin. That's what we're talking about here, guys. Like that's everyone talking about Litecoin being the better Bitcoin. No one's talking about Litecoin now. They bash on it. I mean, you got Ben Cowan with 1 million followers. He has the audacity to, I mean, he's probably trolling me and he probably has a position. I hope he does. But anyone who shows an LTC BTC chart is down 94% against Bitcoin, hello, like that's when you buy it. Like the network stats are up. Like it's like free marketing. Just because one cycle it fell out of favor right here, you're going to walk away from it? Are you kidding me? Come on now. Like that's just ridiculous. I mean, look at this upside. And so it's two cycles undervalued. So it's one cycle, get back to where it should be. Like this should be up here. And then two cycles up into here, right? And the other reason I think it probably does something like this is because then I think it does something like this, right? Even if it's something like that. Let me grab that. I think you settle down into this network value model. A lot of times you settle down into it, right? Here you may be a little under it, so fine. Maybe you're under it a little bit. Maybe it's like this, right? But it's up into here. Maybe it's extreme. Maybe it settles around 1 trillion. That's like 21,000, right? That's max pain for a lot of people because now they exited, and I'm happy for them. They still made a lot of profit. That's totally cool. And it's actually probably fine. You got 3 or 4x. That's great. I mean, that's actually really good, really good. Um, but you may have to buy Litecoin again up into here, right? So be aware. Be aware.
Yep. All right.
And this is, yeah, go ahead, man.
Oh no, you can finish. Wait, I wasn't gonna say anything.
Well, I was just gonna I was just gonna add on the other stuff that how crazy I get. But what Charlie's done is he's really a better Satoshi. He's created a better Bitcoin. He divested from Litecoin and he continued to stay and work on it. And it's really kind of like the opposite of what Satoshi's done. So Satoshi left April of 2011, around 6 months before Charlie Lee created Litecoin on October 13th. And Satoshi still has 5% of the Bitcoin, and Charlie Lee doesn't have any. And left. Satoshi left for other things, right? What were those things? We don't know. Maybe he's a plumber or an electrician somewhere. He hasn't moved his coins either, right? So maybe he's still around. Um, but Charlie, he's still here and he continues to work on Litecoin. And Charlie's even said that it's a better Bitcoin, right? So what if actually it is a better Bitcoin? What if when you actually look at the protocol, when you read the white paper, and you realize that Litecoin has the same security model that Bitcoin has, and it's dominant, it has more precise blocks. So what that means is that the time between the blocks, the 2.5 minutes, is more consistent. And maybe you don't care about that, but from an engineering perspective, I think it's good. It's actually better than Bitcoin. You can actually see the block times for Litecoin are more precise, and that is due to Litecoin's difficulty adjustment at 3.5 days, which is 4 times faster. So Bitcoin responds every 2 weeks. So if there's miners, there's like an outage or whatever, or they shut down mining in Texas due to the grid demand for the grid, they shut down the mining. The difficulty, I guess, would drop at that point after 2 weeks. So the network really isn't that responsive. And I think it's slightly probably too conservative. And Litecoin's just better when it comes to that aspect too. So And the other piece that nobody's paying attention to, which I think is really one of the biggest catalysts, is that Dogecoin. And I think even you kind of underestimate a little bit ENG
Hmm.
Jamal, is that I think down in the future that the Dogecoin actually could have some usage. I don't think it's anytime soon. I think that maybe in like 2 cycles or whatever, but the miners are still getting rewards off of that, and so there's less pressure for them to sell their Litecoin if they do in fact see Litecoin as a better Bitcoin. They may hold that thing and sell the Dogecoin, right? So that actually can help Litecoin's price maintain. Um, and of course, Elon's picked Dogecoin, which is merge mine with Litecoin. So he already supports the script ecosystem, the script ecosystem. And of course, Elon has like 200 million followers. It's very influential. Uh, could be considered probably the genius of our time. I wouldn't underestimate that. And there's been some signs, I would say, if you follow me on X, Master, BTC, LTC, I pointed out there are some signs that I think Elon's already hinting that Litecoin is a better Bitcoin. And one example is that the Bitcoin conference in 2024, he was the special guest with Trump. David Bailey said that in a podcast with Vlad. He said that Elon was a special guest and that they were all waiting for Elon to show up. He was on his plane, and his plane never landed in um, Nashville. It actually flew over Nashville and landed in Memphis, right? So that's one little signal there potentially. And then a couple days later, he removed the Bitcoin hash flag off of X. And that was when you type in BTC, it would give you like a little orange icon. He removed it. He's not adding it. He removed it. Okay. And he's been on X. There's a post where he said, how many Bitcoin maxis does it take to change a light bulb? Kind of weird, right? So, and there's more clues. You have to just follow me to figure it out. But yeah, I think this thing is just so set up, man. And then what you're doing, I mean, there's no one doing what you're doing unless you see something that no one else sees, right? So you're taking, I don't think it's that big a risk, but I mean, you're building something that would align with that, right? So you fully
Exactly.
expect and believe that that can happen,
For sure. I think
and I think
this,
that's impressive, dude.
well, I think if I planned it correctly, then when, if and when we get this high time frame breakout and the spotlight shifts, well, if this happens like within 3 to 6, 7 weeks, then I think the anti-maximalist stuff, like all of the fallacies that I point out through this project, can uh, like at least at the margin shift perception and permanently change like the larger social perception of what Bitcoin even is. I really believe that. I
Mhm.
think it would die naturally, but I think I know how fast sentiment can change, and I already see it starting to roll over with Sailor.
Yeah,
And
it is
this
rolling
can
over with Sailor.
be
Yep,
just like a
yep,
knockout punch if Litecoin is rallying very hard. Um,
yep. Knockout punch. Yep,
yeah, exactly.
agreed.
And then once they lose this social, like once they're not on the top of the social totem pole anymore, or like at the apex of what everyone's looking up to,
Hmm.
there's nothing like that they can do once price gives way and once the crowd starts to
Yep,
listen to someone else. It's just crazy because there are like thousands of Bitcoin influencers that are popular. So many books written on
yeah,
it. Like all of that stuff is
yep,
wrong and
hmm, yep.
it's going to be, I don't know what they're going to do. They're going to freak out.
They are going to
So
freak out. Yeah,
I'm preparing myself for
they're
a
going
lot
to
of
be
hate if
pissed.
this comes.
They're going to be pissed. Some of them will be pissed. Absolutely.
So mad.
Yeah,
But that just shows they were never in
that's
this
fine.
for. They were just like meme coin pumpers. To me, that's what they are. Just
Yeah,
doing it with,
yeah.
all these accolades behind their name, like billionaire,
Hmm.
whatever, went to Y university. They're just using the credibility of their background to pump something they don't actually understand. And
Hmm.
once this flips, it will be a sight to behold. Nothing's ever flipped the opinion on Bitcoin over this giant bubble that we've created since it launched.
Yeah, yeah. Nothing has exactly.
But this should, or at least it's possible. We gotta execute.
Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, yeah. Nothing for sure, but
They've just never been forced
seems
to.
likely.
They've never been forced to actually consider these ideas because price has been on their side. So they've just been able to write it off mentally, like, oh, it doesn't matter. Um,
Yeah, because that's
but
the
what
only argument we ever see is the LTC BTC chart. That's all they ever send us.
Yeah,
Nothing
because they,
else.
they stopped talking about network stats. But once price on that side and network stats back it up, what argument do you have? It's just going to be ad hominem attacks. That's what it will be. Like, who is this fucking
Yeah,
guy? Like, why
you
would you
already see
listen
it
to this?
today. I mean, that's what I got today. Yeah, I
Yeah,
got burned and roasted. It's
yeah,
like, okay, well,
that
that's all you got?
that won't. Yeah, so when it reverses the other way, they have nothing.
They have nothing.
They'll
Yeah,
just cry and scream, and the
they have
crowd will
air.
move on.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait. I think the
Yeah.
one I showed you is pretty good. I only showed one
Oh,
person as
yeah, that was
master.
good. Yeah, that was good. Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so let me show one more thing because I mean
all
it's
right.
always in front of me, but I never pay attention to it. But look here. So this is where Litecoin's network value model was under here. You can kind of see the gap's closing what I'm trying to show. It's a little bit smaller there. Look at it now. Non-existent. So you kind of see that Litecoin is gaining value, guys, network value. Like it's gain. This is where I know the numbers seem really crazy. I know they do. They don't seem realistic, but I mean, right now, 800 to 1 trillion, that can double. So you're talking 1.6 to 2 trillion. You're up into here. And at that point, you flip Bitcoin. So it's flipping Bitcoin potentially. What happens when Litecoin flips Bitcoin? It probably gets a premium. It gets the premium because it is the Bitcoin. And that ratio where it was, what was the ratio? What did it go to? Something stupid on Litecoin against Bitcoin. Let's look at how stupid this was here. How do we do that? Is this it? Let's look at this here. So let's go Vantage. And we'll go Bitcoin index. Yeah. So this is how stupid it got. Um, and this is where you get. This is like where I think it's a. Yeah. Look at this thing. This thing's ready to roll over, dude. Yeah. There you go. I mean, look at it. Just if this is the double top or double bottom, like it got boom here, and then another one here. And then if this thing dumps, like this is coming down. This is, I mean, it would naturally come to here, you know? That's 242. Okay. But what we showed earlier with the network value model though, it's here, guys. It's here. This is here. This is 25, right? Um, and it's even more than that potentially. It can get down into here. So I mean, like this is 4 to 1 right here, right? Isn't this 4 to 1? Oh, sorry. This would be 4 Bitcoin to 1 Litecoin. No, is that right? Yeah. Or no, this is 4 Litecoin to 1 Bitcoin still. Yeah, this is way down here, dude. This is gonna get crazy, man. Like I don't even, it doesn't even matter. Even if it doesn't get that far, it still doesn't matter. It's this potential is so much here. Um, it's been here before. It's been here before, and the network is being adopted more, and the narrative potential shifts. So this isn't hard to see. This can happen, and it can happen. It can happen now. It can happen a little bit later. Um, if you have a long-term perspective, and if the network continues to grow, it's like somewhere down here, the halving's coming up in 27, which isn't that far away. I think we're halfway. Like I said earlier, those typically really good to buy Litecoin 1 year before the halving. It's been historically really good to do that. So, I have that in my calendar that July of 26 is a really good time to buy, potentially, right? Kind of depends what happens next year, but oh no, where is it? July. Like, look, that's not even that far away. I mean, we're talking like, yeah, what, a year? I don't even know.
9
Yeah,
months,
less than a
8
year. July of 26 is less than a year. Yeah, because it's what, 9 now? So, yeah. Oh man,
10
this
months.
thing's gonna rip, dude. It's gonna be insane. And it's likely right here. And even if you just a rounded kind of top, I mean, it's like, I don't know, man. Looks ready to go to me. I don't know. We'll see what happens.
We'll see. Cool.
We will see.
All right, I gotta go take care of something
Yeah, man.
real quick.
Let's
Do
end
you
it.
still have more? Okay. Um, yeah, thanks guys for hanging out. Thanks Master for showing us the charts. Appreciate it. I think everyone appreciates your explanations, your viewpoint. Your
But I hope so.
It's like you versus the world on X.
Oh,
It's
check this
funny.
out. Yeah, just one more thing, and then I wanted to show this because I have it. I forgot I did. I made an inverse one. Um, look where it's at now. It's at 6. So see that?
Yeah.
So it could drop down into 6, and it's not unrealistic. It's not unrealistic. We showed that Doge went there, XRP went there. Ethereum's kind of almost gone to its too. So yeah, that's
It
what I think
kind of looks
happens.
like the Bitcoin dominance chart.
Yeah, yeah, it's similar to that exactly. Yes,
Yeah.
yeah,
All right.
because Litecoin against Bitcoin is a function of that. So yeah.
Yep. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna transition it to this. I just released the video, or just published it. But I'm gonna transition that to that now, and then back to some ambient loops. I don't think I'll do an IRL stream tonight, but tomorrow, probably during the day, maybe in the morning. I'm gonna try to sleep a little bit. But thank you guys. Thanks, Master.
See you guys.
All right. See you later.
I'm gonna throw this chart on X.
They told me not to sing too loud, just mouth the words and blend the crowd. I thought they knew what I should be, so I let go of the sound in me. Maybe just mouth the words she said, so I did, and sang in my head. Didn't know what the silence meant, but I learned to fold, learned to relent. Didn't ask, didn't cry, just let the note pass me by. I was 5, just trying to try, but every note felt like goodbye. No one tells you what it cost when you learn your voice is something lost. And kids don't fight the story, they carry it like truth.
turns them, even if it bruises you. It's the note I never hit, the one I buried deep. It echoed in the quiet of everything I'd keep. It's the sound that shaped my doubt, but no one ever knew. I stopped believing in the song before it even grew. I traced skills I'd never sing, wrote lyrics I'd never bring, to light, to voice, to air. It was safer not to share. They said I couldn't, so I didn't, and after a while I just couldn't. The silence grew like skin, and I wore it deep within. Not because it was true, but because they believed it first, and I believed them too. It's the note I never hit, but it still hums inside like a song half remembered, or a truth I had to hide. I carried it through stages and papers full of form, but never let it surface, never let it storm. And once you carry a belief long enough, you stop checking if it's yours.
Yeah. Didn't cry when she said it, blinked slow. Head dip, hope folded tight in the desk like a death wish. Wrote my name in the dust like a prayer. Nobody said it back, just stale classroom air. Silence echo loud in the back of the row. Tight jaw, chalk dust in my soul. I stuck to the board, brain buried deep. Mourning my voice like a casketed beat. No flowers, just a crumpled little note. Said not good enough, I took it like a quote. Didn't talk, just shrank real slow. Learned early how to vanish and not let it show. They taught us math, but not division of self. What's real, what's felt, put that dream on a shelf. That maybe just mouth that's still stuck in my throat. Couldn't spit it out, couldn't cope, just choked. Quiet like a cage, I mind what I missed. Ghost hands clapping, I ain't exist. They never asked if the sound made sense, just assumed I ain't care when I built my defense. You don't forget the first cut, dressed as kind when then vanishing gets taught in a nursery rhyme. You don't forget when you almost sing, but decide to just hum cause of what silence brings. So I buried it, voice, dream key and note. Let it mold with the sheets I ain't ever wrote. Years pass, I'm fluent and fake. No scales, aced the test, stayed awake. Played the part, earned the grade, but the songs never had my name on the page. They said I was gifted, yeah, but not that. Not the hum I still hear when I'm laying flat. Still remember a girl with a voice like 8. Caught her singing in class, made my hands shake. Felt the air shift, like it knew what I lost. And I smiled real small, like I could pay that cost. Used to sit in the back seat, headphones on. Picture keys under my hands like they belonged. Didn't know notes, but I felt some move. Wrote symphonies in my head they never knew. I ain't stopped, cause I believe what they said. I stopped, cause nobody stood up when the lie got fed.
I used to ride in the backseat of my parents' car. Half asleep, forehead on the window, imagining the stage. Fingers on keys, spotlights in silence. I didn't want to play hockey. I didn't want the noise. I just wanted to feel something, and music felt like truth. No one noticed that boy with the headphones on, but he noticed everything.
Rain on the glass, highway hum. That changed the station, I'd pick the next one. Didn't talk much, but I sang inside. Each beat a shelter I could hide behind. City lights blurred like thoughts I kept. Chords hit harder than the friends I left. Didn't fit the mold, didn't want to. Backseat concerts got me through. Backseat concerts, dreams in rewind. Stage in my head while the world drove blind. No cheers, no crowds, but I felt seen in melodies that said what I mean. I knew the bridges better than my hometown. Learned emotions in songs they never write down. They said toughen up, I turned the volume high. Found my courage in a lullaby. Wasn't cool, wasn't bold, wasn't loud, but that chorus let me stand proud. Didn't need a fight to feel alive. Just a voice in my headphones keeping me in stride.
Every song was a mirror. Every beat was a breath. And in those quiet drives, I started to believe I could create what once saved me.
Backseat concerts, dreams in rewind. Stage in my head while the world drove blind. No cheers, no crowds, but I felt seen in melodies that said what I mean. No doubt they didn't see me, but the music did. Didn't need lyrics, just rain in my headphones. Just a chord that held me when I needed to be alone. It played like a friend who didn't need to ask. Some days I didn't want advice, didn't want noise, just that loop and a long walk home. Music said more than words ever did. Didn't need answers, just notes that stayed. Songs that didn't fix me, just sat with the weight. And in that space, I could finally breathe. Still don't know what I'm looking for, but I know what it sounds like. And tonight, it's raining in my headphones. still hear it, like the room never stopped echoing.
It wasn't on stage, it was a hallway, or maybe a lunchroom. I don't even know her name, but the tone, like Imogen in the mist, like truth with a melody, like a secret you don't forget. She cracked once on the high note, but it wasn't weakness. It was proof that sound could bruise you soft. Sound could bruise you soft.
Her voice on tape still plays in my mind, not the words, just the way the line, like Chopin in a rainstorm, or Avril in her prime. It wasn't perfect, but it felt like mine.
Evanescence in a bedroom speaker, Ed Sheeran before the stadium lights. Notes that broke me open before I had the words to cry. I rewind the feeling, more in the track, trying to catch the first time I felt something back.
Not all first loves are people. Some are chords, some are echoes, some are girls who sang once and never knew what they started. Her voice on tape still plays in my mind, not the words, just the way the line, like Chopin in a rainstorm, or Avril in her prime. It wasn't perfect, but it felt like mine.
They talked loud, filled the room. I stayed quiet, watched the moon. They chased lights, chased clouds. They felt seen, I felt sound. They called it strange, I called it peace. Didn't fit their frame, but I found release. I'm not like them, never was. Didn't play their games, didn't fake applause. I heard things deeper, felt the shift. They built noise, but I learned drift. They moved fast, I moved right. Skipped the climb to feel the height. They made plans, I made space. I found meaning in the gray. No, I'm quiet, but I see loud. Where they get lost, I'm still proud. It's not that I couldn't join, I just didn't want the crown. I wasn't broken, just turned toward different sounds. I'm not like them, and I'm okay. Some of us bloom in a different way. Not loud, not seen, but just as true. I didn't follow, but I still grew. I'm still quiet. But not silent. Didn't need to raise my voice to raise the bar. Didn't need a stage to make it art. They kept looking for volume, I built depth. While they chased the echo, I held my breath. I don't shout, I compose. Every line, that's how I rose. No fireworks, just slow burn. Now you hear me, and it's my turn. They used to talk loud, like that meant truth. But I studied the spaces between the loops. Built whole worlds with a whisper and beat. Left pieces of soul in the cracks of the street. Didn't need applause, just release. Didn't need permission, just peace. I was always there, always dreaming. You just never heard me until I started meaning. I don't shout, I compose. Every note already knows. Now you hear me, clear and slow. Not to impress, just to let it grow.
I said I was quiet, said I had no voice. But they never asked what I was hearing while they talked over each other. I was watching light dance through the blinds. I was hearing the rhythm in windshield wipers. I was writing symphonies with my breath pressed to glass. I didn't raise my hand, didn't shout to be seen. But I was dreaming the whole time in colors they couldn't name. In stories they never stayed quiet long enough to hear.
I wasn't silent, I was syncing with something deeper. Not broken, just tuned to a frequency they didn't understand.
Every sound I love,
Every beat I caught alone, every song that held me when the world was too loud. They live here now.
This album, this loop, this story you just heard, it was never just a project. It was proof that even in the quiet, I was always listening. And now, so are you.
They told me not to sing too loud, just mouth the words and blend the crowd. I thought they knew what I should be, so I let go of the sound in me. Maybe just Mm-hmm.